Chapter 2268. The heavens and earth were deathly silent. Many people seemed to have died. How could such an existence resist? That Lu Xuanhuan was probably going to die. Bastard, let go of my son, and I'll let you kill yourself. The Marquis of Divine Arrow spoke. His voice was sharp and rapid. It was like a sharp arrow that shot into Chu Yang's ears. An invisible force instantly spread out and acted on Chu Yang's body. Words were law, the means of sage. Those below the sage level were ants. Ants couldn't resist their orders. Chu Yang didn't move or make a sound. He allowed that force to act on his body. His physical body had become a god, and the rules of the One Tao were woven on it. Such a force was directly blocked by his physical body. His physical body's immunity to magic power and rules was strengthened. It was directly raised to a higher level. It was actually useless. The Marquis of Divine Arrow's pair of cold eyes that were like a poisonous snake's became sharper and more domineering. It was as if they could pierce through the void. With a swoosh, they landed on Chu Yang's body. A layer of glittering treasure light was emitted from Chu Yang's body. When the gaze landed on him, it was directly reflected. This lowly thing is not simple. The Marquis of Divine Arrow's pupils finally couldn't help but shrink slightly. Such a person could resist the pressure of a sage before reaching the sage realm. Such a person was definitely extraordinary. Please continue your performance. Chu Yang finally spoke. However, this sentence was full of contempt and ridicule. Everyone was trembling with fear. Not only was Lu Xuanhuan not afraid of Hannah Mingji, but he was also not afraid of the Marquis of Divine Arrow. However, Hannah Mingji was nothing compared to the Marquis of Divine Arrow. The Marquis of Divine Arrow was a sage. He had even made contributions on the battlefield and was conferred the title of Marquis. Lu Xuanhuan actually dared to act like such a person. In fact, everyone clearly knew that the Marquis of Divine Arrow's realm wasn't just a sage. He was originally at the earthly emperor realm. However, because he was seriously injured, it was said that he blocked an arrow for a noble. His cultivation had deteriorated greatly. Cough, cough, cough. In the air, the Marquis of Divine Arrow suddenly coughed violently. When he stopped coughing, the pressure he exuded became even more terrifying. His gaze was like a divine sword, and each of his words was like a blade. Bastard, do you want to have your entire family wiped out? Bang! The earth trembled. Chu Yang gave an incomparably straightforward answer, fiercely slamming Hannah Mingji onto the ground. With a wah sound, Huang Mingji's body spasmed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Go on, old bastard, go on, Chu Yang said coldly, giving tit for tat. Ma Kongquan didn't know what to say anymore. In front of a saint, a marquis of the imperial court, Chu Yang actually dared to be so impudent. Everyone turned pale with fright, but for such an action, all that was left was admiration. They definitely didn't dare to do such a thing, and they didn't even dare to show the slightest disrespect to the Marquis of Divine Arrow. The Marquis of Divine Arrow's pupils constricted again. He had threatened Chu Yang with his family, but who would have thought that the other party would be so decisive as to smash his son half to death? He couldn't compromise, and he definitely wouldn't compromise. In his life, he had never compromised to that lowly person. He wouldn't this time, and he definitely wouldn't in the future. Bastard. The Marquis of Divine Arrow's voice became even sharper, as if it was tinged with blood and a terrifying scream. This is the last chance I'm giving you. Let go of my son, or else you won't be able to die even if you want to, and your entire family will suffer a fate worse than death. Do you know what this means? Bang, bang, bang. As soon as he finished speaking, miserable screams rang out. Chu Yang slammed Hannah Mingji onto the ground, breaking his bones and tendons. He didn't stop until there was no more blood to spurt out. Every time Hannah Mingji was smashed onto the ground, everyone's hearts couldn't help but thump. Chapter 2269. Old Bastard. Chu Yang met the Divine Arrow Marquis's sinister gaze and sneered. Are you going to show me the methods you used when you were a bad person? You're fierce, evil, and vicious. You're not afraid of death, so everyone is afraid of you, right? You haven't improved at all. You're really a disgrace to the hooligans. On behalf of the hooligans, I expel you from the Hooligan Association. From now on, you're removed from the association. They could accept the first sentence, but they really couldn't accept the second sentence. It sounded like Chu Yang was the ancestor of the hooligans. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Chu Yang was too playful. It had become frivolous and funny. In fact, they didn't know that Chu Yang said this out of habit. If it was in the past, before the Ice Kohen died, it wouldn't be that bad. It's over, it's over. Brother Liu actually exposed Uncle Hua's background. Uncle Hua definitely won't let him off. Ma Kongquan was anxious. In the past, his father, Zhu Yu's father, and Marquis Divine Arrow were indeed hooligans on the street. This was also the past that the three of them tried their best to avoid. However, today, Chu Yang exposed them in front of everyone. The consequences were imaginable. Bastard! Sure enough, the Divine Arrow Marquis erupted in the next moment. His face suddenly turned ferocious, causing the void to rumble. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging forward. Battle cries filled the air. Endless baleful aura and killing intent swept out, causing the sky to change color. Old bastard, it's useless for you to be so fierce. Do you not understand human language, or what? Chu Yang's long hair and sleeves fluttered in the wind. The strong wind hit his face, making his expression even colder. I'll kill you, you bastard. Bang! Chu Yang grabbed Huang Mingji and smashed him on the ground again. Pieces of his internal organs flew out. The Marquis of Divine Arrow, who was still in a ferocious state, stopped in his tracks. It's true. He just looks fierce and evil. If he dares to fight with his life, he's nothing but a dog fart. What bullshit Divine Arrow Marquis. He's just scum. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Lu Xuanhuan was actually right. The Divine Arrow Marquis was nothing more than a hoodlum. However, many people knew very well that not everyone could remove the outer shell of the Divine Arrow Marquis. At the very least, no one had been able to do it in the past few decades. Today, Lu Xuanhuan had done it to such an extent. Old bastard, I'll take your head tonight. Just wait for your death. Chu Yang had the five hells mother-child heavenly devil cauldron, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill the Divine Arrow Marquis. However, he couldn't reveal his trump card in front of others. He grabbed Hannah Mingji, threw down these words, and left with a whoosh. The Marquis of Divine Arrow chased after him. Chu Yang's speed was extremely fast. Even if people chased after him, they simply couldn't catch up. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang's figure disappeared. What happened after that was unclear. Rumble. A loud sound came from the front, followed by Chu Yang's voice. Old bastard, don't be in such a hurry to die. You'll die on time tonight. His voice was faint. Chu Yang seemed to have left extremely far away. When people realized that the Marquis of Divine Arrow didn't chase after him, he immediately went to save his son. At this moment, everyone understood what was going on. Chu Yang had probably tortured Huang Mingji to the brink of death and then threw him out. If the Divine Arrow Marquis didn't save him, then his son would become a dead son. If he wanted to save him, it would be extremely difficult to catch Chu Yang. At this point, people could only sigh. Chu Yang's ability was astonishing. He was only at the Nirvana realm, but he didn't fear a saint. Moreover, if he wanted to escape, even a saint couldn't do anything. Chapter 2270. If the King of Hell wanted you to die at midnight, he wouldn't let you live until dawn. With the disappearance of Chu Yang and the Marquis, Divine Arrow, this matter seemed to have come to an end for the time being. However, it was only at this moment that a huge reaction erupted. Chu Yang's final words had triggered everything. Ma Kongquan listened to the clamor and looked at Chu Yang's footprints on his lower abdomen. He remained silent for a long time. He suddenly felt a little absent-minded and confused. He didn't know how to react. Chu Yang wanted to kill the Marquis Divine Arrow. Although this was completely beyond his imagination, he wasn't too surprised. Chu Yang's attitude towards Hannah Mingji had already determined the outcome. The Marquis Divine Arrow and his two sons have been accomplices to the evildoers in Zhuangyuan County all these years. This was an indisputable fact. Ma Kongquan knew this very well. He wasn't the only one. His father had also distanced himself from the Marquis Divine Arrow's residence. Of course, he and his father wouldn't stand out against the Marquis Divine Arrow's residence. After all, they still had some friendship. In Ma Kongquan's opinion, the word scram was the biggest difference between him and Chu Yang. He definitely didn't think that Chu Yang wanting to kill the Marquis Divine Arrow and Hannah Mingji was a joke. Unfortunately, people weren't as certain as he was. That's Lu Xuanhua, right? Taking the Marquis Divine Arrow's life at midnight. Doesn't this mean that the King of Hell wants you to die at midnight and won't let you live until dawn? What a boastful tone. I wonder if he can't kill the Marquis Divine Arrow. Now, I'm worried that he will be killed by the Marquis Divine Arrow. Lu Xuanhuan's tone is boastful, but he's also very capable. So many years have passed. Who could be like Lu Xuanhuan, punishing Hannah Mingji and cursing the Marquis Divine Arrow? Who would dare? Many people in the crowd fell silent when they heard such a loud question. That was indeed the case. No one in the Champion County dared to oppose the Divine Arrow Marquis. The county governor's manor was just a decoration. Who would dare to make a move against the Divine Arrow Marquis manor? It was even more so for ordinary people. No one had the courage to say no. They didn't even dare to be angry. They could only let the Divine Arrow Marquis manor do whatever they wanted. Fuck you. A burly man roared. Lu Xuanhuan was a hero just now. Who dares to call him a refugee? Who dares to call him a wretch? I'll be the first to disagree. Bullshit. What you're saying is bullshit. Lu Xuanhuan is a good man, and we're all coward from Zhuangyuan County. Do you even need to say that? Many people's anger was ignited as they roared. Tonight, regardless of whether Lu Xuanhuan can kill that old bastard Divine Arrow Marquis or not, just based on what he did just now, I admire him. If he asks me to do something that is within my power, if I refuse, then I am an animal. Tonight, no matter if he goes to the Divine Constabulary or not, whoever dares to scold me, I will tear his mouth off. That's right. Lu Xuanhuan spoke up for us and angrily beat up Hannah Mingji. He's more manly than anyone else. So it's understandable that he didn't go to the Divine Constabulary tonight to take that old bastard's head. Don't talk nonsense. Today, I'll let you know that if Lu Xuanhuan comes to my restaurant tomorrow, if I don't take a penny from him, you can come and beat my entire family to death. A merchant left these words and walked away with his hands behind his back. Immediately, the crowd erupted into an even louder clamor. The crowd was agitated. It was as if an extinct volcano was about to come back to life. Billowing smoke once again came out. Chapter 2271. Because of this matter, the capital of the Scholars' County never quieted down. There were more and more discussions, and it became more and more lively and clamorous. The streets and alleys were all talking about this matter. On this day, when the servants of the Divine Arrow Marquis Mansion came out to be arrogant again, they were ambushed and killed in the busy city. When the officials of the county went to ask, everyone said they didn't know. Some people even put their hands on their hips and cursed the officials' 18 generations of ancestors. This was not without reason. Usually, when the Divine Arrow Marquis Mansion killed people or casually killed people, the county governor's mansion did not react at all. But now they reacted quickly. Of course, many people could not calm down. When night was about to fall, Chu Yang sent a letter to the county capital, saying that he wanted to send the Divine Arrow Marquis Mansion to the afterlife for 10 crimes. Immediately, all kinds of crimes of the Divine Arrow Marquis Mansion were spread everywhere. There were not only 10 crimes, but hundreds and thousands of crimes. When Yiborn heard the news, he rushed back as fast as he could. Seeing the situation out of control, he was helpless. He used all his strength to search for Lu Xuanhuan, but he could not find him at all. Yiborn did not set up defenses in the Divine Arrow Marquis Mansion. He did not think that Lu Xuanhuan would kill the Divine Arrow Marquis tonight. How could a saint be killed just because he wanted to? The divine Arrow Marquis mansion did not need his protection. If he wanted to do so, the divine Arrow Marquis mansion would be the first to disagree. Later, there was another news that Lu Xuanhuan was drinking wine and composing poems in a restaurant. Many people rushed there, but they did not find him. In the capital of Zhuangyuan County, there was no sleep tonight. At the second watch period, the city was still brightly lit. At this time, the largest restaurant in the county, the Zhuangyuan restaurant, spread the news that Lu Xuanhuan was drinking there. When many people rushed there, many people saw Lu Xuanhuan, who was also Chu Yang. There was a place that people paid special attention to, the divine Arrow Marquis mansion. Many people were already waiting outside, waiting to see what would happen in the divine Arrow Marquis mansion tonight. Ma Kongquan was one of them. Even Yi Boren was among them. In the divine Arrow Marquis residence, almost all the lights were extinguished. Only 2 or 3 places still had a faint light. This was the residence of Hannah Mingji. At this moment, Hannah Mingji finally woke up. The divine Arrow Marquis, Hannah Mingji's elder brother, Hua Mingrui, and many important figures of the divine Arrow Marquis residence were present. The things that happened today naturally shook the divine Arrow Marquis manor. How could they remain calm in such a situation when they were condemned by thousands and spurned by tens of thousands? F.A. Kin, Hannah Mingji woke up and spoke weakly, breaking the silence. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the Marquis, Divine Arrow. I already know that you have done nothing wrong. Sure, even if that Lu Xuanhuan is not Chu Yang, you can do whatever you want because you're my son, Hua Yaozu's son. Do you understand? Yes, father. All the worries in Hannah Mingji's heart disappeared. As for the divine Arrow Marquis Hua Yaozu, every word he said was what he thought in his heart. Father, on the side, Hua Mingrui heard Hua Yaozu's words and immediately said without any scruples, Yi Boren came to warn me during the day. Should I kill him directly? He made a gesture of cutting his neck. No, the divine Arrow Marquis directly denied. Yi Boren is the governor of a commandery. If he dies, I can't afford to offend him. After a pause, he added, also, you should restrain yourself for a while. After this is over, you should do what you did before. Yes, father, Hua Mingrui, Hannah Mingji, and the others replied in unison. Chapter 2272. How long until the third watch period? After a long silence, the divine Arrow Marquis suddenly asked, Marquis, there's about 30 minutes before the third watch period. Go and get incense. Yes, Marquis. Soon, the incense was lit, and the smoke rose in spirals. Time also passed silently. At this moment, many people suddenly became alert and widened their eyes to observe all the movements around the divine Arrow Marquis mansion. Bang, bang, bang. When the incense finished burning, the sound of the night watch came from outside the Marquis mansion. The third watch period had arrived. Ha! Hua Mingrui immediately laughed out loud and shouted outside the divine Arrow Marquis mansion. A lowly person will always be a lowly person. Just wait for your fate to be worse than death. Anyone who offends the divine Arrow Marquis mansion will go to the 18th level of hell and never be reincarnated. Ha ha! He laughed with contempt and arrogance. The laughter was clear and loud, and it resounded in the dark night. Immediately, everyone in the house couldn't help but laugh, making the laughter even louder. In the dark night, many people were disappointed. Yi Boren and Ma Kongquan also let out a long sigh. Lu Xuanhuan still knew what was good for him and didn't act so rashly. The third watch period has arrived. You don't dare to come, but I'll definitely go and find you. Even if you hide in a rat's hole, I'll definitely dig you out and grind your bones to dust. Ha ha! Hua Mingrui wasn't satisfied yet. At the same time, he wanted to show the dignity of the divine Arrow Marquis. Then, he laughed out loud, and the contempt on his face was even more obvious. However, right after he said those words, he opened his mouth wide and started laughing loudly. Suddenly, he saw a person appear behind his father, the divine Arrow Marquis. The person did not make a sound. At first, he thought that he had seen wrongly, but soon he saw the person's face clearly. With a sneer on his face, he raised a big cauldron and smashed it at his father. It shouldn't be true. Father is a saint. How could he not notice that lowly person behind him? This must be my illusion. When his thoughts reached this point, blood splattered onto his face. Hot blood flowed down his cheeks, and he could clearly feel the warmth of the blood. In his eyes, he could clearly see his father's head exploding, his brain matter splattering everywhere, and his entire body exploding. Flesh and blood flew in all directions, and shattered bones flew in all directions, dyeing the room red. The divine arrow marquis, Huayaozu, had a smile on his face just a moment ago. His expression was full of contempt, but in the next moment, he didn't even know how he died. From the beginning to the end, the divine arrow marquis had not been able to react in time. He was blown up, and then his saint source energy was directly absorbed. His shattered flesh and blood could not be reassembled, and he was revived again. The Marquis of Divine Arrow died with his eyes wide open. At the moment of his death, he was completely deprived of that scream of pain. The person beside Marquis Divine Arrow also exploded and died. Hannah Mingji was very close to his father, so he did not know how he died. When the loud rumbling sound completely erupted, Hua Mingrue realized that he was the only one left in the room. At this moment, he saw that person walking over with large strides with an indifferent expression on his face. Chu Yang. This person was naturally Chu Yang. He stared at Hua Mingrue coldly, and Hua Mingrue was so frightened that he staggered back. Who are you calling lowly? Who are you going to send to the 18th level of hell and never be reincarnated? Who are you going to turn into ashes this time? The 3 consecutive questions were all about Hua Mingrue's arrogant words from before. Now that he was questioned in return, he could not say a single word. His arrogant expression turned into fear. His body trembled like a sieve, and he could not summon any strength in his body. Father is a saint. He died just like that. At this moment, his only thought was, in the midst of helplessness and despair, he could not help but think of the same helpless and desperate faces that he had seen before. The only difference was that those faces were filled with anger. Did those people feel the same way before they died? This was Hua Mingrue's last thought. Chu Yang smashed down with the cauldron in his hand and killed him directly. Chu Yang was ruthless and merciless. He did not spare any of them. Before this, he had already investigated all the main members of the Divine Arrow Marquis residence. It would not be wrong to kill all of them 100 times. Whoosh! After leaving these words, he directly disappeared into the void. Chapter 2273. When the huge explosion resounded in the Divine Arrow Marquis mansion, the few lights that were still on were completely extinguished at this moment. Immediately, the lights in the Divine Arrow Marquis mansion lit up one by one. It was as if stars had suddenly appeared in the night sky. Soon after, the dense sound of footsteps, the sound of breaking through the air, and many other sounds intertwined. Suddenly, all the sounds disappeared. There was dead silence. The entire Divine Arrow Marquis residence seemed to have turned into a ghost domain in an instant. The flickering flames were the flickering willow, the wisps in the ghost domain. The Marquis is dead. The eldest young master is dead. The second young master is dead too. They're all dead, all of them. It was unknown who shouted first, but in an instant, screams, exclamations, and extremely frightened voices burst out. Many voices mixed together and became a mess. The entire Divine Arrow Marquis mansion was completely in chaos. Huayaozu is dead. When Yiboran, the county governor of Zhanyuan Commandery, heard the explosion, he originally wanted to rush in as soon as possible. However, he restrained such an impulse because such a huge explosion might not be Lu Xuanhuan's reckless attempt to assassinate Huayaozu. It might be something else. If he rushed in without understanding the situation, he was afraid that he would have a conflict with Huayaozu. At such a time, the conflict between the two was very likely to escalate. However, while he was still hesitating, the news of Huayaozu's death came. The Divine Arrow Marquis, Hua Yaozu, is dead. Yi Boran was not the only one who was in disbelief. Almost everyone around him was dumbfounded. The divine arrow marquis was a marquis in the Jin dynasty. Although he did not have much real power and was only a marquis in name, he was still a marquis recognized by the imperial court. However, he had died in an instant. The divine arrow marquis death was not a natural death, but an assassination. Once this matter was heard by the emperor, Yi Boran did not know how big of a commotion it would cause. In addition, the divine arrow marquis was Hua Yaozu's backer, a supreme figure. This matter was even more out of control. Not only that, Hua Mingrui was dead. Hannah Mingji was also dead. Boom! In a moment of desperation, Yi Boran was like a mountain moving from stillness to action. In an instant, he reached the limit and directly crashed into the divine arrow marquis manor. Behind him, Ma Kongqiuan and the others also barged into the divine arrow marquis mansion amidst the chaos. Fast, so fast that it was inconceivable. However, after a huge explosion, the divine arrow marquis, Hua Yaozu, and his two sons were all dead. Was the cultivation of Saint Hua Yaozu just a decoration? Who could believe it? Who wouldn't be shocked? The gods are at the mercy of the heavenly souls. The heavenly souls are at the mercy of the gods. When Yi Boran arrived, the blood, flesh, and bones splattered everywhere were imprinted in his eyes. Everywhere was blood red, as if he had arrived at a slaughterhouse. There was not a single person alive in the scene. It was as if a meteorite had crashed into an ordinary family. That ordinary family was completely annihilated. However, the divine arrow marquis residence was not an ordinary family. Who could kill the divine arrow marquis Hua Yaozu in one strike? Could it really be those extraterrestrial demons of the gods? Yi Boran's pupils trembled. The matter was originally very simple, but once the world of the gods got involved, it instantly became confusing and extremely complicated. The nature of this matter became even more serious, and the consequences were even greater and even more unimaginable. The gods are at the mercy of the heavenly souls. The heavenly souls are at the mercy of the gods. Chapter 2274. The Marquis of Divine Arrow Hua Yao's ancestral heaven was infuriated, and the Jin dynasty allowed him to continue his evil deeds. On the contrary, the gods' world couldn't stand it anymore and killed him. How would the people of the heavenly spirit world view the Jin dynasty now? This was another kind of irony. The Jin dynasty did not cherish its own people, and the demons that were labeled as extraterrestrial demons took action because of this, severely punishing the scums and villains. The gods are at the mercy of the heavenly souls. If the heavenly souls are not righteous, the gods will come. Yi Boran's mind was in a mess. Then, he repeated the same suspicion in his mind. Is it really the work of those otherworldly demons from the gods' world? He didn't believe that the otherworldly demons in the divine world would never be so kind. However, he couldn't rule out such a possibility. In addition, if he said that there was no such thing, then he had to produce conclusive evidence. It seemed like he also had a chance to destroy the words. The gods are at the mercy of the heavenly souls. If the heavenly souls are not righteous, the gods will come. But what use was that? The gods were at the mercy of the heavenly souls. If the heavenly souls were not righteous, the gods would come. It was impossible to hide such a saying. Perhaps this saying had already spread throughout the Zhuangyuan County. The death of the Marquis of Divine Arrow, Hua Yaozu, had probably been regarded as the death of the extraterrestrial demons. Due to the huge commotion caused by the officers of the county governor's manor, as well as the people who had been waiting outside the Divine Arrow Marquis manor, they had clearly heard the huge explosion, as well as the chaotic and panic scene in the Divine Arrow Marquis manor. As a result, they had obtained a lot of important information. Very soon, the Divine Arrow Marquis, Hua Yaozu, and his two sons were all killed. With the fastest speed, the news swept through the entire county. It even spread from the Scholars' County to other places. The gods are at the mercy of the heavenly souls. If the heavenly souls are not righteous, the gods will come. Good news! Great news. The old bastard Marquis Divine Arrow and the two little bastards are all dead. Dead, dead. That old bastard Huayaozu is finally dead. Haha. It's good that he died. It's really good that he died. Demons from outer space did well. That old bastard Huayaozu is the real demon. Just as Eborn had expected, everything was no longer a secret. Even though he had sealed off the news at the very first moment, everything was still leaked out, spreading out endlessly and uncontrollably. Eborn was powerless to stop this storm. He was even scolded badly, to the point that his face and ears turned red. He also knew a lot about the celebrations, venting, discussions, and all kinds of enthusiasm. To be exact, he was very clear about it. Didn't Lu Xuanhuan say that he was going to kill the divine Arrow Marquis at midnight? How did it become the extraterrestrial demons that killed that old bastard? Why did he say that the gods were at the mercy of the heavenly souls and that the heavenly souls were at the mercy of the gods? This was naturally a question that many people were puzzled about. After all, Chu Yang had already announced beforehand. I also think it's strange. If it's not Lu Xuanhuan, but an extraterrestrial demon, then it's too much of a coincidence. That old bastard was really slaughtered in the middle of the night. It's a bit messy. First, there's Lu Xuanhuan. Then, there's the extraterrestrial demon. I'm really confused. The extraterrestrial demons caused a big trouble a few days ago. Even the Scholar's Mountain is gone. It's not impossible to say that it's an extraterrestrial demon. If it's an extraterrestrial demon, shouldn't the old bastard Marquis, Divine Arrow, have died long ago? Why did he only die when Lu Xuanhuan said that he was going to take the old bastard's head in the middle of the night? Chapter 2275. What do you know? The Divine Arrow Marquis was killed by the demons from outer space. If you dare to say that Lu Xuanhuan killed him, I'll beat you to death. Amidst the crowd, people began to discuss the matter. Suddenly, someone appeared and began to beat people up, berating and warning them. At first, people didn't realize what was going on, but when they were guided, they all understood. Are you stupid? The Divine Arrow Marquis, Huayaozu, is a marquis of the imperial court. How can it be a small matter when a marquis is killed? You mean to say, what the hell are you talking about? You don't even understand this. Then do you know what it means to protect each other? At this point, the person who was scolded suddenly understood. Lu Xuanhuan killed the Divine Arrow Marquis, which was a big crime. The imperial court would definitely investigate. In this way, his life would be in danger. Naturally, he would need to find a scapegoat, and this scapegoat would be the demons from outer space. Wasn't this the most suitable scapegoat? Along with this realization, Yi Boren was shocked to find that there was a great change in the county city. There were no more discussions, and no one mentioned the name Lu Xuanhuan. Almost everyone was shouting that the demons from outer space did justice for the heavens and killed the Divine Arrow Marquis, Huayaozu. Such a tacit understanding was formed silently, causing Yi Boren to be completely shocked. He deeply realized that the hatred of the people toward the Divine Arrow Marquis, Huayaozu, had reached a level that was even greater than the anger of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Lu Xuanhuan. Yi Boren was ashamed and angry, but he also hated that Lu Xuanhuan didn't fight for it. His feelings were extremely complicated. Even if he wanted to protect Lu Xuanhuan, it was impossible. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. He trembled as if he was struck by lightning, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. This could really be the work of the demons from outer space. Lu Xuanhuan had unearthed the power of Wendao, and the god realm wanted to kill him. But Lu Xuanhuan was too difficult to deal with, so they came up with a plan to kill Huayaozu, the god-killing Marquis of Arrow, and put the blame on Lu Xuanhuan. Then, with the help of the imperial court, they could kill Lu Xuanhuan. If that's the case, then it's really troublesome. Yi Boren was so anxious that his hair almost turned white overnight. However, despite thinking of this possibility, he still believed that it was Lu Xuanhuan who killed Huayaozu. On the same night, at the same time, in the same place, There was a place in Scholar Commandery that was also observing the development of the situation. Orders were constantly being sent out from there. This was the Scholar County's capital, the One Palace. At this moment, in the office of the Palace of Wind's chief inspector, the highest-ranking official of the Palace of One was enjoying the scalding hot tea under the flickering firelight. Opposite him was Secretary Xiao of the One Palace. Secretary Xiao also had great authority in the Palace of One and was in charge of many trivial matters. In the middle of the night, so many things happened in the Zhuangyuan County. Manager Li, who was in charge of the One Palace, was the second person under Yi Boren, but he did not show up to deal with the matter. Instead, he was drinking tea leisurely. If people knew about this, they would probably criticize him. The firelight was very bright, illuminating the surroundings as if it was daytime. The fragrant tea rose in spirals and could be seen incomparably clearly. That spiraling white mist was still very lovable. During this process, Manager Li and Secretary Zhao's trusted subordinates were constantly informing them about the situation in the county. However, the two of them were not concerned about the Divine Arrow Marquis mansion, but the discussions in the county. The two of them were especially concerned about the fact that the Divine Arrow Marquis, Hua Yaozu, was killed by the demons from outer space. If there was another explanation, how would the people in the county react? Chapter 2276. The night was dark. In the past, it was very quiet at night like this, but tonight there were faint noises coming from afar. It seemed that it was this noise that made the flames flicker. Xiao Lucier took a sip of the warm tea. His face showed a pleasant expression as the warm tea entered his stomach. At this time, he said, "Brother Yuan He, the Marquis of Divine Arrow, Hua Yaozu, died tonight. What do you mean by this? I really don't understand." Yuan He was Manager Li's name, and his name was Li Huchuan. Xiao Shishir was Xiao Qingshang, and his name was Ling Yun. Hearing this, Li Huchuan didn't speak immediately. After taking a sip of tea, he slowly recited, "Sleeping in spring without knowing the dawn, I hear birds everywhere, wind and rain at night. I know how many flowers fall." Brother Ling Yun, have you heard of this poem? Spring Dawn. Hearing this, Xiao Qingshang immediately smiled bitterly. Brother Yuan He, are you making fun of me? Such a poem has long been spread in our Zhuangyuan County. How can I not know? Brother Ling Yun, since you know about Spring Dawn, you should also know about Lu Xuanhuan, right? Hearing this, Xiao Qingshang understood a little. Didn't tonight's matter have a lot to do with Lu Xuanhuan? And Li Huchuan's various responses all pointed to Lu Xuanhuan. But why did Li Huchuan want to kill Lu Xuanhuan? According to what he knew, Li Huchuan shouldn't know Lu Xuanhuan and shouldn't have any enmity with him. Brother Yuan He, can you explain it more clearly? Brother Ling Yun, you've heard that the divine fragrance-talented lady is in the East Continent. Li Huchuan paused for a moment and said again, to be exact, in the East Baron, the divine fragrance-talented lady has a fiancé named Chu Yang. Chu Yang. Xiao Qingshang seemed to be unfamiliar with this name, but also familiar. Then he realized that he had heard this name before. Such a name was already known by many in the Middle Continent, because the owner of this name was the divine fragrance girl's fiancé. After being slightly surprised, he roughly understood. Brother Yuan He, are you saying that this Lu Xuanhuan is that Chu Yang? Brother Ling Yun, do you think it's impossible? Xiao Qingshang could not help but be stunned. He and Li Huchuan should have never seen Chu Yang or Lu Xuanhuan. So why would Li Huchuan suspect that Lu Xuanhuan was the fiancé of the divine fragrance lady? Chu Yang? What was the basis for such a judgment? Chun Xiao. Xiao Qingshang finally found an idea. Brother Yuan He, just based on this song, how can you be sure that Lu Xuanhuan is Chu Yang? The Spring Dawn was indeed extraordinary. It was a first-class poem and had been included in the Book of Songs. Such a thing had not happened in the Central State for many years. Li Huchuan smiled. Is Lu Xuanhuan from the East Continent? What does that prove? Not only did Lu Xuanhuan create the Spring Dawn, he also triggered the Book of Songs in an instant. It can be said to be a fantasy story, unimaginable, right? This can only mean that Lu Xuanhuan is extremely shocking, but Xiao Qingshang was interrupted by Li Huchuan. There are definitely not many people who are this shocking, right? He could only nod and admit that such a shocking thing was not rare, but could be said to be unique. There are definitely not many people who can be this shocking, right? This was naturally the case. Who in the East Continent can create such a shocking thing? Xiao Qingshang was stunned again, and then couldn't help but blurt out, Chuyang. Chapter 2277. To be honest, Xiao Qingshang was still a little puzzled. However, after reading through the contents of the booklet, he no longer had any doubts. He completely agreed with Li Huchuan's judgment. Lu Xuanhuan was very likely Chuyang. The booklet recorded in detail all the things that Chuyang had done in the East Continent. There were many shocking and unbelievable things. Chuyang's rise in the East Continent was extremely fast. In a little more than a year, he had suppressed the entire East Continent and made the East Continent submit to his rule. Just this point alone was enough to show that this person called Chuyang was no ordinary person. He was a monster among monsters. Lu Xuanhuan also had such characteristic. Thus, it was highly possible to suspect that Lu Xuanhuan and Chuyang were the same person. After all, there were too few people in this world who were as talented as him. In addition, the booklet recorded in detail that Chuyang was extremely good at changing his appearance and concealing himself. It was even more likely that he had turned into Lu Xuanhuan. As for why Li Huchuan wanted to secretly kill Chuyang, Xiao Qingshang could not be clearer. As long as he got Chuyang's head, he would gain too much to imagine. First prince, third prince, seventh prince, the genius of the Kong clan, the genius of the Qin clan, and so on. Xiao Qingshang thought of too many shocking names in an instant. There were too many young talents and heroes in the central continent who wanted Chuyang dead. Seeing that Xiao Qingshang had completely understood, Li Huchuan smiled again and said, Brother Lingyun, do you have any questions about my actions? Are you willing to participate? Huh. Xiao Qingshang laughed and cupped his fists at Li Huchuan. Thank you for your support, Brother Yuan He. Naturally, he had to laugh and laugh. This was a profitable business. Once the judgment was correct, the gains would be beyond imagination. Even if the judgment was wrong, there was no loss. Who knew what they were doing behind the scenes? Yi Boran knew, but did Lu Xuanhuan know? Lu Xuanhuan wouldn't even know how he died. I have already informed the person from the Sage Monarch Academy about this matter. I heard that only he was satisfied with the two of us. Even if there was a mistake, it doesn't matter. Xiao Qingshang immediately started to flatter Li Huchuan. Good. Brother Li Huchuan is really brilliant. Even if Lu Xuanhuan isn't Chuyang, the person from the St. King College knows that Brother Li Huchuan has put in so much effort. How could he treat Brother Li Huchuan badly? And if he is like this, then who will be loyal to him in the future? Even if there is, I'm afraid he would hesitate for a while. Brother Lingyun, you flatter me. Li Huchuan didn't feel complacent. Who didn't know how to use such a method? However, he was still very happy because there weren't many people who could be as sharp as him. When the two of them confirmed that almost everyone in the county city believed that the divine arrow marquis, Hua Yaozu, was killed by Lu Sunhuan and was doing their best to cover up for Lu Sunhuan, they were even more delighted. How could a bunch of fools hide anything? Although they had good intentions and didn't want Lu Sunhuan to die, they were pushing Lu Sunhuan towards the guillotine step by step. The two of them laughed happily, spreading far and wide in the dark night. However, not many people could hear it. Even if they heard it, they wouldn't be able to think that there was a hidden conspiracy behind the laughter. Their laughter seemed to mock the night away. The darkness retreated without anyone noticing. Traces of light appeared, and clouds appeared in the sky. A new morning had arrived. Chapter 2278. Greetings, Benefactor Lu. Many people from the county city were waiting outside. Some of them had brought their families with them, and some were even sobbing. As soon as Chuyang appeared, these people immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him. Seeing them kneel, many people also knelt down. Immediately, everyone on the street knelt down. Even the people outside also knelt down after seeing this. As this spread out, the entire county city was in the same state. This scene was so shocking that Yi Boren, Ma Kongchuan, and the others who were rushing to the savant's restaurant were shocked. Chu Yang had sharp senses and saw this clearly. He thought to himself, "It seems that I was right to be willful this time." Then he smelled the strong smell of firecrackers in the air. He cupped his fists and smiled at everyone. "Everyone, please forgive me. It's the new year, and so many people wish me a happy new year. I have nothing and don't have so much lucky money." Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Again, Chu Yang cupped his fists again and said to the crowd, "Everyone, the death of that old bastard Marquis, Divine Arrow, has nothing to do with me." As he spoke, he pointed at the top scholar's tower and said, "Last night at the top scholar's tower, there are many people who can testify that I was indeed upstairs drinking until dawn. Therefore, I hope that everyone can pass on the message and not accuse a good person like me." Chu Yang's performance was just as they had imagined. Immediately, they burst into laughter again. Then, some people kept shouting loudly, "Benefactor Liu, I can testify for you that the one who killed your old bastard last night was an extraterrestrial demon. It has nothing to do with you." "That's right. I can also testify that everything was done by the extraterrestrial demon. If the imperial court makes things difficult for you, I'll be the first to disagree." At first, it was fine, but later on, Chu Yang felt that something was wrong. He realized that everyone thought that he was the one who killed the Marquis Divine Arrow, and everyone was covering up for him. It was completely different from what he thought. "Doesn't this prove that I'm the one who killed the Divine Arrow Marquis?" He thought deeper, and his heart sank again. "Is it because the people of the county city are grateful to me and spontaneously do this, or is someone plotting against me behind my back and deliberately creating and promoting such public opinion? The possibility of it happening spontaneously is not high. No matter how bad the Divine Arrow Marquis manner is, it is impossible for everyone to be grateful to me and like me. There is only one possibility. There were many numb people in the world, and many people who did not know how to be grateful. It was impossible for everyone in Scholar County to be grateful to him. Then who is it that wants to scheme against me?" This was something he could not understand. He did not have many enemies in Champion County, definitely not many. That thing called Vermilion Jade? The remaining forces of the Divine Arrow Marquis Manor are taking revenge. Chu Yang immediately thought of two possibilities, but his intuition told him that it shouldn't be either of them, but someone else. Could it be that I've already exposed some sort of flaw and been discovered by others, but I still don't know about it? He frowned. He was not very worried, but he was very displeased. If it really did not work, he could give up his identity as Lu Xuanhuan and change his appearance. Who would be able to track him down? The only problem was that he would need to return to Little Eastern Town and get a new identity. "I'll take a look first. If it doesn't work, then this is the only way." After thinking for a while, Chu Yang was about to leave. However, he heard a loud sound of something tearing through the air. He looked up and saw Yi Boren and Ma Kongchuan. At this moment, Yi Boren flew over with anger. His eyes were about to spit fire. Chapter 2279. Lu Xuanhuan, did you kill the Divine Arrow Marquis? Yi Boren flew over at lightning speed. He hadn't arrived yet, but his angry voice was like thunder. It rolled over and formed a visible sound wave that rushed towards Chu Yang. A strong wind rose out of nowhere and swept over with a loud hoo-hoo sound. Chu Yang felt his long hair fluttering in the strong wind. His pupils constricted slightly as he thought to himself, "What kind of attitude will Yi Boren have? He seems to be extremely dissatisfied with me." Dong! Yi Boren landed in front of Chu Yang from midair. The earth shook and the gale became even fiercer. The surging energy surged out and nearly blew the surrounding people away. When he glared at Chu Yang coldly, the pressure of a county governor and a saint spread out. The lively scene immediately fell into dead silence. "Ha!" In such silence, Chu Yang calmly opened the folding fan in his hand. The words on the two sides of the fan appeared in front of everyone. "I'm a genius, and I am loved by all. When Yi Boren sensed the two lines, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. Huh. Many people in the crowd burst into laughter. They did not know what to say about Chu Yang anymore. Why did he have to write such narcissistic words? Couldn't he write something else? Ma Kongxuan could only shake his head and smile bitterly at this scene. The tense atmosphere at the scene immediately collapsed. The reverence people had for Yi Boren also disappeared quickly. Many people were already angry and glared at Yi Boren and the others from the county governor's mansion. Did you kill the divine Arrow Marquis? The words on Chu Yang's folding fan were just an interlude. Yi Boren asked again in a cold voice, full of sternness. County governor. Chu Yang gently fanned himself with his folding fan. He glanced at Yi Boren and carefully sensed his aura. Then he said, I don't know why Your Excellency is asking such a question. Could Your Excellency please dispel my doubts? As he spoke, he bowed to Yi Boren. Still playing dumb? Yi Boren's heart was filled with hatred. He said angrily, Yesterday, were you the one who said that you would take the divine Arrow Marquis head at midnight? Yes. Chu Yang admitted it directly and argued. But it was just a joke. How can you be so sure that the person who killed the divine Arrow Marquis is me? Isn't that too arbitrary? He refused to admit it. Yi Boren was enraged again, but he didn't have any evidence. In fact, he hadn't made up his mind on how to deal with this matter. Now that he was provoked by Chu Yang, in addition to the mixed feelings in his heart, he directly said coldly, Lu Xuanhuan, you still dare to quibble. The voice was like thunder, and the pressure was endless. However, there were too many angry people in the crowd, and there was no lack of bold people among them. When they saw Chu Yang being pressured in such a manner, they immediately cried out in anger. Dog official. It was only 2 words, but they seemed to have ignited a barrel of dynamite. The crowd immediately exploded. All the dissatisfaction with Yi Boren and the prefectural governor's office was vented out like a torrent. Damn dog official, are you only showing off now? When that old bastard of the divine Arrow Marquis residence was lawless, why didn't you show off your power? Yi Boren, you dog, are you blind? Why didn't the heavens strike you to death? What a powerful official, but you were even more impressive in front of that old bastard, the divine Arrow Marquis, when you were barking like a dog and wagging your tail. Bah! Yen percent. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag yen. At the very beginning, the curses were still fine, but as time went on, the curses became more and more unpleasant and grating. Yi Boren's 18 generations of ancestors, old and young, were all viciously cursed. It could be said that they were cursing as viciously as possible. Chapter 2280. Yi Boren was stunned on the spot. As he listened to the countless curses, he felt as if he was being pointed at by thousands and spurned by tens of thousands. His heart throbbed with pain. Am I, Yi Boren, really so unbearable? The people under my rule actually resent me to such an extent. Is it actually so intense? Only at this moment did he realize how big of a tumor the divine Arrow Marquis was. He could no longer be tolerated, but he had compromised again and again. Go, take off your bullshit clothes immediately. Otherwise, if you dare to step into my house again, I'll break your legs. An old man shouted at a sturdy official. His spittle flew everywhere, and he was extremely agitated. Wang Feihu, if you dare to touch a hair of benefactor Lu, you can forget about that marriage. You coward, your conscience has been eaten by dogs. Sister-in-law was harmed by the people of the divine Arrow Marquis residence. You don't dare to take revenge, but now you want to take revenge for those bastards? When there was a first, there would be a second. The officials of the prefectural governor's residence were immediately baptized by a storm. They were all red in the face and could not raise their heads. Am I wrong? Yi Boren once again felt the resentment of his subordinates, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of sadness in his heart. He was the governor of a county, and, as the parent official of a region, was he really that bad? Ha! Chu Yang closed his folding fan and stopped the agitated people. The crowd immediately fell silent. Seeing such a shocking contrast, Yi Boren's hands could not help but tremble slightly. All these years, he thought he had been cautious and conscientious in governing the Zhuangyuan County. He did not slack off at all, but in the end, this was the result. At this moment, he seemed to finally understand something. He had done a lot, but he had not done the most important thing, the divine Arrow Marquis residence. This was the crux of the problem. Such a realization and self-denial made him close his eyes in pain. Chu Yang could only shake his head. People could only bully officials like Yi Boren. If it were other officials, no one would dare to be impudent once they showed their power. Prefectural Governor, I'm not quibbling. Chu Yang broke the silence and pointed at the Savant's restaurant before saying, Last night, I drank all night in the Savant's restaurant. There are many people in the Savant's restaurant who can testify for me. I hope that your excellency can judge clearly. Yi Boren was furious with Chu Yang. The gods are at the mercy of the heavenly souls. If the heavenly souls are not righteous, the gods will come. Do you know that? How could Chu Yang not know this? He originally wanted to use this to confuse the public, but he didn't expect that someone would use this to plot against him. Of course I know. So you're saying that you're colluding with the extraterrestrial demons, right? Yi Boren gritted his teeth and said this in an extremely stern tone. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat when he was questioned like this. However, he soon calmed down and asked, Prefectural Governor, is the crime of God of killing Arrow Marquis more serious, or the crime of colluding with the extraterrestrial devils? The answer was self-evident. Yi Boren also understood what Chu Yang meant. Prefectural Governor, Chu Yang continued, why would I be so stupid as to use a huge crime to cover up a small crime? If he wasn't a fool, who would do this? Yi Boren was completely speechless. He really couldn't find any evidence against Chu Yang. Later on, Chu Yang could even say that he was only in the Nirvana realm. How could he kill the saint-level Marquis, god of killing Arrow Marquis? This point was very difficult to explain. He could think of Chu Yang's shocking abilities, but could others also think of it? Could they agree? It wasn't convincing. It was time for him to give this matter some thought. Prefectural Governor. Chapter 2281. Xiaosheng did not stop. His refined manner was completely different from Chu Yang's. He finally felt that these two words really did not suit him. Yi Boren did not say anything. Chu Yang directly left. With a boom, the crowd immediately left with Chu Yang. They seemed to be Chu Yang's guards, but they were actually following to watch the show. Not waiting for the imperial court's imperial examination, directly going to take the special examination was a bit interesting in itself. Moreover, this person was Chu Yang. Looking at the stream of people leaving, Yi Boren suddenly said, Did that bastard show mercy to me? He said this to Ma Kongquan. Ma Kongquan was completely confused. If you don't have a diamond, don't take on a porcelain job. Yi Boren laughed angrily and said, I can foresee that if I continue, he will definitely mock me. If I don't have the ability to be the prefectural governor, then let someone with ability take it. Look, I've lost all my face to the otherworldly demons. Ma Kongquan was speechless, but he agreed with Yi Boren's opinion. Based on his understanding of Yi Boren, Lu Xuanwan's words could only be more vicious. For example, something like squatting in the latrine and not taking a shit would definitely come out. After Yi Boren's side ended, the other side began. Li Hechuan and Xiao Qingshan guessed that Chu Yang definitely wanted to leave as soon as possible. Zhuangyuan County was a dangerous place, so he would definitely come to participate in the assessment as soon as possible. Their guess was not wrong. The people who were watching them sent back news that Chu Yang was quickly coming to the Wind Palace, and there were many people following behind him. They could not help but laugh, as expected. The two of them came personally because this was a great opportunity to get close to Chu Yang and determine whether Lu Xuanhuan and Chu Yang were the same person. How could they let go of this great opportunity? When Chu Yang arrived, he immediately saw the two of them, while he was sizing up Li Hechuan and Xiao Qingshan. The two of them were also observing Chu Yang very carefully. Sometimes they frowned, sometimes they stroked their beards, sometimes they shook their heads, as if intensely thinking about something. I don't know these two, right? Chu Yang felt a little strange. He shouldn't have received so much attention from the two of them, but in the blink of an eye, he understood that it should be related to the matter of the divine Arrow Marquis residence. The people from the county city had followed him here. Furthermore, the divine Arrow Marquis manor was such a huge matter. So how could the two of them not know who he was? These two people are both sages. After that, Chu Yang noticed Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang's cultivation. You're that Lu Xuanhuan who killed the Marquis of Divine Arrow. Chu Yang didn't open his mouth. One of the two was holding a folding fan in his hand and was gently waving it. The elegant middle-aged man was the first to open his mouth. This person was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short, neither handsome nor ugly. Everything about him was very ordinary. If he was thrown into a crowd, he would definitely not stand out, even if he was very elegant. He didn't seem polite when he spoke, but he also seemed polite. For some reason, Chu Yang felt that it was strange. The other person was half a head shorter. He had a square face and a flat nose. At first glance, his face seemed to be of the same level. There was a faint hostility, disdain, and even a trace of pride in his expression. What are you so proud of? These two people gave Chu Yang a strange feeling. He looked at the person holding the fan and said, "That's right. This little one is Lu Xuanhuan. You're suspected of killing the Marquis of Divine Arrow. I'm officially notifying you now." Pa. When that person folded his fan, he seemed as elegant as Chu Yang. Then he said with an unreadable expression, "Therefore, you don't have the right to participate in the special test of the Wind Palace for now. Don't have the right to participate in the test. Are you trying to mess with me?" Chapter 2282. Therefore, you don't have the right to participate in the School of Wind's special test for the time being. Chu Yang kept repeating this sentence in his mind. It could be said that there was nothing wrong with it. However, the two people in front of him seemed to have him in their grasp. In fact, there was even a faint feeling of a feather fan and a silk handkerchief. It was as if they were talking and laughing, and it was as if they could vanish into thin air. This made him very unhappy. However, in reality, Chu Yang had already been destroyed to a certain extent. The two people in front of him decided with just a word. It could be said that they were very confident. May I know the names of the two lords? When Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang heard this, they looked at each other and smiled. This barbarian from the eastern wilderness was indeed controlled by them. No matter how unhappy they were, they couldn't do anything. Do you deserve to know? That ordinary-looking man was Li Huchuan. He was neither fat nor thin, neither tall nor short. He was waving the folding fan in his hand. Then he suddenly spoke these words with extreme contempt. This made Chu Yang's heart burn with anger. He sensed my disgust, so he became even more impolite. Chu Yang immediately confirmed this point. "Barbarian, is this just the truth?" The person with a very flat face was naturally Xiao Qingshang. He also humiliated and ridiculed Chu Yang. Although the people were angry and felt injustice for Chu Yang, there was nothing wrong with what Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang said. Chu Yang was just a refugee from the eastern continent. Compared to Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang, who were saints, he really didn't have any status or identity. Moreover, the two of them were officials of the School of Wind. Chu Yang was a commoner, while the two of them were officials. There was a huge difference in status, so it was natural for them to look down on Chu Yang. This kind of thing happened every day. "Ha!" Chu Yang put away the folding fan and put it behind his neck. He clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He really wanted to slaughter these two people in front of him on the spot. His sudden action had truly shocked everyone. Slaughtering two officials of the Wind Palace Hall in broad daylight under the watchful eyes of so many people. This was completely different from killing the divine Arrow Marquis. Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang's eyelids twitched when they saw that Chu Yang was about to attack. Perhaps this barbarian really did have the ability to kill the two of them because the divine Arrow Marquis really might have died to this barbarian. They became vigilant. "So, the two of you are planning to mess with me?" Chu Yang's face was full of smiles. "How dare you? A mere barbarian dared to behave in such a manner?" Li Huchuan roared out in anger. Soon after, He rebuked and warned Chu Yang. Lu Sun Huan, you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. Do you know what crime you have committed? What was done was done. What was done could not be undone. But if it was only to this extent, it did not hurt or itch. The person from the Sage Monarch Academy would probably not give him any extra points. Li Huchuan immediately spoke again. He directly used the might of a saint and ordered, "Kneel." Boom! A great wave of might burst forth like a landslide. The saint's words were followed by the profound meaning, and all of it was used on Chu Yang. Pa! Chu Yang's long hair was like a whip, lashing out in the void. His sleeves were also like whips, and the folding fan at the back of his neck was directly blown away. When the folding fan flew so far away that his hand was almost unable to reach it, Chu Yang didn't even turn his head. He grabbed the folding fan in his hand and opened it with a snap. It was as if he had slapped the saint's coercion. Under the endless pressure of the saint's might, he gently waved the folding fan. He was not affected at all. Everyone was silent. Chu Yang was facing the saint's might, and he was not affected at all. In an instant, the people were even more certain that the person who killed the divine Arrow Marquis was Chu Yang. Continue. Chapter 2283. This barbarian. Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang's expressions turned ugly. In their opinion, this barbarian was most likely the murderer of the divine Arrow Marquis. This is bad. Suddenly, their hearts skipped a beat. This barbarian was extremely unreasonable and domineering. If he could kill the divine Arrow Marquis, why wouldn't he dare to kill them? Once a person was dead, no matter how great the opportunity was, it was useless. The two of you are really bold. Chu Yang stared at the two of them and said strangely, "You know that I'm the murderer of the divine Arrow Marquis, yet you still dare to be unreasonable in front of me. I really admire your courage." After a pause, he looked at the two of them and smiled even more mockingly. "Are you stupid or stupid? I'm very curious. Can the two of you tell me something?" Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang underestimated Chu Yang's arrogance. He dared to act like this, even though he was suspected. The two of them didn't dare to take the risk. They endured everything and didn't say anything, but their faces were as red as a monkey's butt. "Are you scared?" Chu Yang stopped fanning himself and moved closer. He smiled and said, "Do you only know how to be scared now?" Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang were immediately provoked. Their eyes almost popped out, and they looked like angry Vajras. With a boom, they exploded with endless pressure. Endless waves of air swept out like a tsunami. Their entire bodies glowed, and they looked like angry holy spirits. "You're angry again. Very good, hee. In the blink of an eye, when they heard Chu Yang's sinister laughter, Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang trembled again, and all their anger and pressure disappeared. They glowed, and their faces were like monkeys. Their expressions were actually filled with fear. They seemed to know that they had to pay a great price for losing control. At the same time, the two of them wanted to protect their dignity, but they also had to consider the matter of life and death. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. "The two of you are afraid again. Interesting. This is really interesting." Chu Yang stabbed over again to touch their dignity. Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang's anger erupted again, but this time, they controlled themselves. "Don't be afraid, you two. You're officials, and I'm a commoner. I'm not used to you being so afraid of me." Chu Yang smiled like a dogtail flower. He even felt that he had become a music conductor. With a wave of his baton, he could easily manipulate and control the emotions of the two things in front of him. Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang were being manipulated by Chu Yang in front of everyone. They had lost all their dignity and were as lowly as dogs without the slightest bit of backbone. In the end, it was difficult for them to accept this. However, they had no choice but to endure such humiliation. It was truly torturous. The people at the side looked at each other in dismay. Lu Xuanhuan was really bold. He dared to threaten and ridicule the dignified Director Li and Director Xiao of the Palace of One. Was he going to go all out? Lu Xuanhuan knew that he was doomed after killing the divine Arrow Marquis, so he no longer had any scruples. but he couldn't tell. Pa! Chu Yang closed his folding fan and lightly tapped it in his hand. He said to Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang with extreme joy, "Don't worry, my two lords. I just wanted to see your strength of character, and your strength of character really made me concede defeat." I couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good scholar, haha." He laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. He laughed so hard that Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang were too ashamed to show their faces. Ha! Bursts of laughter also erupted from the crowd. Originally, people thought that it was too much, but after hearing Chu Yang's words, they didn't think it was too much at all. Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang were officials of the Palace of One, but they were so cowardly. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. Wasn't it ridiculous? Chapter 2284. As for Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang's moral character, they were also extremely doubtful. How could these two be good people? They also understood Chu Yang's actions. Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang had decided to deny Chu Yang's qualification to participate in the School of Culture's special examination. They were probably not that simple. Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang almost fainted from anger. They had secretly made a fool out of Chu Yang and even mocked him in front of Chu Yang. They were originally extremely proud, but who would have thought that this barbarian, without knowing anything, would actually make things difficult for them, and casually make things difficult for them, exposing their ugly faces in front of everyone. The two of them could be considered completely ruined. Why are the two of you angry? After all, the two of you are so virtuous. How could you not be able to handle this little trick of mine? Chu Yang laughed, and the crowd also laughed. They laughed until tears almost flowed out. This was Supervisor Li of the School of Culture of the Scholar County, Supervisor Xiao. It was really an eye-opener. Lu Xuanhuan, Li Huchuan, and Xiao Qingshang had just become furious when Chu Yang directly became unreasonable. He fiercely swept his cold eyes over them, and the two of them immediately became like quails. Acting unreasonable in front of me. Do you want to die? Chu Yang's voice was as cold as ice, filled with dense, killing intent. Instantly, the crowd became completely silent. Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang also completely lost their anger. Chu Yang suddenly laughed again and said to the crowd, "Everyone, isn't this scene very interesting?" The dignified officials of the imperial court actually reacted like this after discovering that I might be a criminal. Officials are afraid of thieves. I've lived for a long time. Furthermore, I'm only a suspect. I'm only at the Nirvana realm, but the two of you are already saints. Chu Yang paused and said to the crowd again, "Everyone, for the School of Culture of the Scholar County to have these two officials, I express my sympathy and sincere greetings." After being speechless for a while, the crowd became extremely angry. It would have been better if they didn't know. Now that they knew, they all felt that they were pitiful. "Barbarian, I will kill you." Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang were played by Chu Yang until they were on the verge of breaking down. Finally, they completely lost control and directly attacked Chu Yang. However, Chu Yang didn't dodge. With a bang, Chu Yang was directly blown up. His flesh and blood flew all over the sky. Then, the void hummed and vibrated, letting out a whimpering sound, as if someone was crying. Then, with a bang, clusters of flames burst out, burning all the flesh and blood in the sky clean. When plumes of green smoke rose into the air, everything completely disappeared from the world. Lu Xuanhuan is dead? Lu Xuanhuan had died so suddenly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang were also stunned, as if they didn't know what had happened. There was a huge question mark in their minds. Why didn't Lu Xuanhuan dodge? Could it be that he didn't have the ability to dodge? They were both sages, and Lu Xuanhuan was nothing more than an ant in front of them. So he couldn't dodge at all, and could only be beaten to death by them. But was this possible? That barbarian wasn't afraid of their sage's prestige at all. How could the two of them know that even if Chu Yang's heavenly spirit world clone was blown up, as long as his original body died, he could immediately recover? Moreover, the one that was blown up wasn't Chu Yang's heavenly spirit world clone, but his fourth Dharma idol, which was just condensed with spiritual power. This was also unimaginable. Who would have thought that Chu Yang's Dharma idol was his original body, and the condensed Dharma idol could be said to be both a human and a Dharma idol? With such characteristics, who could tell the difference? It could be said that Li Huqian and Xiao Qingshang were completely tricked by Chu Yang. He provoked the two of them step by step, and in the end, lured them into attacking him in anger. Then, he would die and disappear completely. Chapter 2285. Ma Kongxuan and Yi Boran had already found out that Chu Yang had taken an extremely shocking step in the path of literature and was now able to display the same power as the martial way. Ma Kongxuan was fine, but Yi Boran could not be controlled. Once Yi Boran told Eugene Xiao or anyone else about this, Chu Yang did not want to see it happen. He did not like this, and this reason was enough. Then there was the matter of him killing the divine Arrow Marquis. He had said something like, "The gods are at the mercy of the heavenly souls. If the heavenly souls are not righteous, the gods will come." He could not wait for things to get out of hand before he made a response. A man without foresight was bound to have immediate troubles. Everything that Chu Yang did just now wasn't a plan that he had long planned. It was something that he suddenly thought of after meeting Li Huqian and Xiao Qingshang. Ice Cohen was not around, so he was much more careful than before. At times like this, he could not help but think of Ice Cohen. Cohen, I always feel a little lonely in this bullshit place like Zhongzhou. Chu Yang suddenly felt a little lonely. He was not interested in watching Li Huqian and Xiao Qingshang make a fool of themselves. He directly left, heading toward Little Eastern Town and the East Continent. He needed to create a new identity, and this was his advantage. Even the great emperor could not find him. After he changed his appearance, he could go through the test again and create a new identity. Chu Yang left. After a while, the crowd burst into an uproar. Lu Xuanhuan is dead. Lu Xuanhuan was killed by those two corrupt officials. When Li Huqian and Xiao Qingshang heard these words, they couldn't help but tremble. Did they really lose control and beat Lu Xuanhuan to death after making a fool of themselves in front of everyone? Even at this point, the two of them still couldn't believe it because everything was too sudden and unexpected. Lu Xuanhuan is dead. Lu Xuanhuan is really dead. Lu Xuanhuan is really dead. He died because he exposed those two corrupt officials. Kill these two corrupt officials and avenge Lu Xiangong. As someone attacked in rage, the crowd erupted with a boom. The surging tide of people blotted out the sky and covered the earth. It was like a tidal wave that flooded in from all directions. Li Huqian and Xiao Qingshang's expressions changed in shock. The two of them were not afraid of the crowd's martial prowess, but they were afraid of the kind of public outcry that would destroy their reputation. If they were to fall into such a situation, the heavens would be angry and the people would be resentful. Even if they had a great opportunity, it would be impossible for them to rise up. Perhaps they could only be a villain who bullied others for the rest of their lives. If they wanted to curry favor with someone, this was definitely not the result they were hoping for. How dare you? Li Huqian was furious and exploded out with the might of a saint. Under his will, all of the people charging at him froze in place, unable to move at all, and they could only look at Li Huqian in terror. This was the might of a saint. They were nothing in front of Li Huqian. Civilians killing officials. If Li Huqian was willing, he could kill them all with just a thought. However, Li Huqian might not necessarily be charged with any crime. Perhaps he could only die in vain. Fortunately, all of this did not happen in the end. Li Huqian was still afraid. Lu Xuanhuan, you wantonly humiliated this official. Even death cannot wipe out your crimes. If you dare to be impudent again, there will be no mercy. Li Huqian threw down these words and immediately left with Xiao Qingshang. His expression was incomparably ugly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Chapter 2286. We've miscalculated. Xiao Qingshang's face turned green. Caught off guard, really caught off guard. At this point, Xiao Qingshang didn't know what to say in the end. His initial pride had turned into a lifetime of humiliation and all his hopes had turned into a nightmare. It was true that one wrong step would lead to eternal damnation. The news of Lu Xuanhuan's death spread quickly amidst the anger of the people. When Yi Boren heard about it, he didn't believe it at all. He just sneered. This Lu Xuanhuan really knows how to play tricks. Lu Xuanhuan could kill Marquis Divine Arrow instantly. So to Yi Boren, it was definitely a joke that he was killed by Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang. As for why Lu Xuanhuan did this, it was obvious that he had a guilty conscience and faked his death to escape punishment. If he wasn't so important to Yuan Dao, I would have chopped off his head right now. After Yi Boren was angry for a while, he immediately ordered, "Go, find Lu Xuanhuan for me." When the officers of the county chief searched 3 feet deep and still couldn't find a trace of Lu Xuanhuan, Yi Boren didn't care at all. Seeing that almost everyone in the county was in mourning, he gritted his teeth. The love and respect of the people in the county for Lu Xuanhuan was a resounding slap to his face. It even made him feel ashamed and unable to show his face. The heavenly soul was meat on the chopping block of the gods. If the heavenly soul was unjust, the gods would definitely come. This was because the murder of the Marquis Divine Arrow involved the world of the gods. After it was reported, the consequences were much more serious than what Yi Boren had expected. The Ministry of Justice of the Jin Dynasty was almost in full force. The army was mobilized, and even a few title generals were mobilized. This made the remote Zhuangyuan County become the focus of all parties, and countless things were exposed. Such a person really existed. In the place where Marquis Divine Arrow died, they also found the aura of the extraterrestrial demon. However, with the means of many people, they still couldn't find any clues. Yi Boren was completely shocked. Was it really the extraterrestrial demon that killed Marquis Divine Arrow, and not that bastard Lu Xuanhuan? Of course, Lu Xuanhuan also became a focus of investigation. However, even with the help of the heavens, they couldn't find any information about him. Even the great emperor couldn't find Lu Xuanhuan. He couldn't even find a trace of him. This made the imperial court suspect that Lu Xuanhuan had something to do with the demons from beyond the heavens. When Yi Boren told them about Lu Xuanhuan's literary achievements, the people from the imperial court were so shocked that they wanted to beat Yi Boren to death on the spot. Because of this, they even gave up on investigating the case and focused on searching for clues about Lu Xuanhuan. However, they still found nothing. The best-case scenario was that Lu Xuanhuan was dead, and the worst-case scenario was that Lu Xuanhuan was brought back to the god's world by the demons. Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang were scared out of their wits as well. Everything that they had done came true. They didn't dare to hide anything, because they couldn't hide anything anyway. The people from the imperial court were all supreme figures who could see the past and future. They were incomparably astonishing, and all resistance was futile and foolish. As a result, they suspected that Lu Xuanhuan was Chu Yang. In order to curry favor with the Sage Monarch Academy, the son of the rebel-suppressing general also surfaced. To them, the only good news was that no one was allowed to know about this, and the people from the imperial court seemed to be worried about something, afraid that something would be leaked. In their minds, the people they wanted to curry favor with must have done something, so they quickly felt at ease. Yi Boren watched everything from beginning to end. He wanted nothing more than to beat the two of them to death. The reason why nothing was leaked was because they were worried that Lu Xuanhuan's literary achievements would be leaked. Up until now, both Yi Boren and the people from the imperial court were still hoping that the god's world didn't necessarily know about Lu Xuanhuan's secret. Chapter 2287. There seemed to be a lot of complicated matters, but the entire matter was sorted out and dealt with in less than a day. The people from the imperial court all had supreme cultivation and were extremely efficient in dealing with matters. Whether they could or couldn't, or what the consequences would be, they were all decided in an instant. In the end, Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang weren't punished. Instead, it was Yi Boren who was stripped of his position and investigated. If not for Du Jiu's rescue, he would have been imprisoned and executed. At this point, his heart was completely cold. He was extremely disappointed in the imperial court. 7 days later, the oblivious Chu Yang returned to the capital of Zhuangyuan County. This time, he was called Song Tangming. Song from the Song dynasty, Tang from the Tang dynasty, and Ming from the Ming dynasty. Why wasn't he called Tang Song Ming? He didn't know why he was called Song Tangming. At that time, he finally admitted that he was terrible at coming up with names. Not only did Yi Boren lose his position, he was almost executed. When Chu Yang learned of all this, he couldn't help but scratch his head. It could be said that Yi Boren was almost killed by him. If not for him dealing with the divine arrow marquee, such a thing wouldn't have happened. He could understand why Yi Boren was dealt with in such a manner. The imperial court had to give the people of Zhuangyuan County an explanation. But Li Hechuan actually became the county governor, and Xiao Qingshang became the head advisor of the civil palace. He couldn't understand this. Based on their character, the people of Zhuangyuan County definitely wouldn't approve of them. These people called Li Hechuan and Xiao Qingshang must have someone backing them. Chu Yang was very sure of this, but he didn't know the details. In the process of his investigation, he found that the people of Zhuangyuan County knew nothing other than anger. Thus, he wanted to use the identity of Song Tangming to find Ma Kongquan and ask for information. Only then did he discover that Ma Kongquan had completely disappeared from the face of the earth. While he was shocked, he also realized that the breakthrough in his civil palace cultivation was far more shocking than he had imagined. Thus, he was secretly glad that he had run away in advance. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. Of course, he felt a little guilty about Yi Boren and Ma Kongquan, but there was nothing he could do. If he guessed correctly, Yi Boren and Ma Kongquan were probably under someone's control. You two playthings, try to hold on for as long as you can. Who knows, this general might be able to save you and help you escape. After Chu Yang sorted out the matter, he began to think about the next step. Li Hechuan and Xiao Qingshang are already hated by the people of Zhuangyuan County. They probably won't treat the people of Zhuangyuan County well. In addition, they're generally not good people, so I'll just kill them. He blinked a few times and came to a decision. However, he was still hesitant about one thing. Do you want to say that the gods are at the mercy of the heavenly souls? If the heavenly souls are not righteous, the gods will come? Chu Yang naturally already knew about the Zhuangyuan County. Previously, many supreme characters had come. If they did it again, the matter would probably be even more serious. Those important characters had already made their judgment. If he did this, it would be equivalent to overturning their judgment. This would be a slap in the face. This general tricked Yi Boren. All right, I'll have to stand up for him. Chu Yang rubbed his chin. Very soon, he found many reasons. Firstly, he was the one who had made Li Hechuan the governor of Zhuangyuan County. He had to take responsibility. Secondly, Li Hechuan and Xiao Qingshang made him very unhappy. He still needed the saint's source energy, so he was not afraid of blowing things up. I'll do that. This time, I want to see how you guys are going to cover up these playthings. Chapter 2288. Spring, it was still spring. Night, it was still night. Tower, it was still Savant's tower. Savant's tower, Savant's tower. It rained heavily in the spring night, making the swaying lights look a little hazy. Late at night, the customers had already left. Only a waiter was dozing off at the side. Chu Yang looked at the night sky and listened to the sound of rain falling on the roof tiles. He was very happy. Wine was naturally not good enough for him, but the dishes were definitely not as good as those in his previous life. However, he drank and ate according to his mood. He was waiting for midnight. The night was long, and there were not many people who were not in the mood to sleep. Unknowingly, the waiter of Savant's tower had fallen asleep. Chu Yang heard him dozing off. Fortunately, I am smart. I went to the divine arrow marquee residence and took some money. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink wine. As he spoke, he laughed. This time, I have to be more meticulous. The night slowly became darker, and the sound of the rain became louder. When the rain was at its heaviest, Chu Yang's figure disappeared from Savant's tower. There was a faint light in the governor's residence. There were officials and guards on night duty. As soon as Chu Yang arrived, he looked for silver. With his divine instinct, it was not difficult for him to do so. After that, he directly found Li Huchuan. Li Huchuan was sleeping soundly. When Chu Yang lit the lamp and walked to his side, he was still sleeping soundly. "Hey, wake up. I'm here to kill you." He really did not find enough reason to kill. Although he knew that Li Huchuan was the governor of Zhuiyuan County and that Savant's Tower would not be good and would probably kill many people, all of this did not happen. To be precise, he changed his mind again. Provoking the Jin dynasty was not a fun thing to do. It was not good to do it for no reason. With a whoosh, Li Huchuan jumped up in shock. There was actually someone who sneaked up to him silently. If there was a knife, he would be a dead man at this moment. He broke out in cold sweat. At this time, he saw a scholar with peach blossom eyes. Xiao Bai had a dimple on his face. He was waving his folding fan and looking at him with a smile. "Who are you?" After the initial panic, he realized that the other party was only at the Nirvana realm. He was immediately enraged and roared, "How dare you? You are courting death." He was so embarrassed that his old face turned red. He was a dignified saint, and it was one thing for him to not be vigilant just now, but it was also so embarrassing. Without reaching the saint realm, no matter how the other party tried to kill him, they would definitely not be able to kill him. This was also the reason why he was able to sleep at ease, even if there were many people in Champion County who wanted to kill him. The loud voice drilled into Chu Yang's ears. He couldn't help but pick his ears, then laughed. "You humiliated Lu Xuanhuan. Why do you look down on Lu Xuanhuan?" After a pause, he smiled even more brilliantly and said to Li Huchuan, "Remember, there aren't many chances. I'm a very lazy person." The person who came to take revenge for Lu Xuanhuan was indeed like this. Shua. Li Huchuan moved and flew directly in front of Chu Yang. He put on a dignified appearance and said furiously, "Evil creature, kneel down for me." Kneel. At the same time, Chu Yang also spat out 2 words. When Li Huchuan heard this, he could not help but sneer, but his expression changed. He could not help it. A strange force made his knees bend, and with a plop, he knelt down in front of the young man with peach blossom eyes. "Impossible, this is impossible. I am a saint." He could not believe it. What kind of strange force is that? Chapter 2289. Tell me, why are you making things difficult for Lu Xuanhuan? Chu Yang took a stool and sat down. Then he crossed his legs and looked at Li Huchuan condescendingly. "Do I need a reason to kill a barbarian?" Bang, bang, bang. The void around Li Huchuan exploded. He used his saint cultivation to resist when Dao's power and stood up straight. He said with a ferocious expression, "You are just an ant. How dare you ask me to kneel? Tomorrow, I will cut you into pieces in front of the people of the county city. I like to see who dares to kill me because of Lu Xuanhuan. Considering how much you despise me, I seem to have found an excuse to kill you." As Chu Yang spoke, he used the God and Devil's World Walker and changed into Lu Xuanhuan's appearance. Then he smiled and said, "You little thing, take a look at who I am. Do you still have this kind of confidence?" Actually, Li Huchuan saw it without him saying anything. He froze on the spot. Lu Xuanhuan. After the shock, he stepped back as if he had seen a ghost and fell to the ground. He said with trembling hands, It's you. It's you. You killed the divine Arrow Marquis. You must be that lowly Chu Yang." Chu Yang. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. He was surprised to hear his name from Li Huchuan. He realized that Li Huchuan had guessed his identity. There were many things that he had figured out in an instant. After the divine Arrow Marquis died, you were the one who pushed the public opinion, right? Yi Boren was punished, but you weren't. Someone must have helped you behind the scenes so that you can continue to work for them as a dog. Chu Yang was going to enter the Zhuangyuan County. As the Zhuangyuan County governor, Li Huchuan was the best person to deal with him. What can you do even if you know? Li Huchuan, who was originally very frightened, seemed to have found some support. He actually became ferocious again and roared, "Chu Yang, you lowly bastard, I want to see how much ability you have and how you killed the divine Arrow Marquis." Ha! He even laughed out loud. "I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. The heavens are really helping me." When he saw that his sound wave was clearly reflected back, his high-spirited expression immediately froze on his face. Then he saw that 6 cauldrons, 1 large and 5 small, had completely sealed off the void. Sound could not be transmitted out at all. "Why aren't you smiling?" Shu Yang's expression turned cold. He was actually a little glad that something big had almost happened. Fortunately, he had made sufficient preparations before making his move. Otherwise, if Li Hutyuan's voice was heard, it would be useless to kill him. "Do you know what a great crime it is to kill a county governor of the imperial court?" Li Hutyuan trembled again and stuttered. "You're really afraid of death." Shu Yang looked at him with disdain. "Although you are a little smart, why don't you do something smart? What do you want? Hand over your soul mark. I still need a dog like you now. Do you understand?" As Chu Yang spoke, he stared at him coldly and said oppressively, "I found a sufficient reason to kill you. This is your last chance." It would be much more convenient for him to have a county governor as a servant. The Zhuangyuan County would definitely not be too bad. "Okay, I promise you." Li Hutyuan appeared to be struggling. Then he clenched his teeth and spoke. However, when Chu Yang laughed and lowered his guard, he stomped his feet and immediately soared into the sky. He broke through the sealed void and was about to fly out. With a loud bang, the ground shook and the entire room shook. Chu Yang's eyes turned cold. "Freeze!" Chapter 2290. Swish! Chu Yang disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already holding the mother cauldron and smashing it down from behind. At the same time, he used the power of Wendao again. Li Hutyuan's body froze again. By the time he realized that something was wrong, the mother cauldron had already smashed down on him, causing him to explode. He tried to use his sage essence to reform his body, but was shocked to find that the 9-headed king Heaven Devourer snake had devoured his sage essence, and a bottle gourd had appeared to extract his god soul. Is this how Marquis Divine Arrow died? That was his final thought. Only now had he realized how shocking Chu Yang was. His strange power, spatial magic, top-grade sage items, the 9-headed king Heaven Devourer snake, and the bottle gourd he didn't know about. All of those things combined made it incredibly easy for him to kill a sage. The commotion was huge, and the county governor was immediately alarmed. Flames and angry roars were heard as the entire county governor manor began moving. There was no chaos at all. It was as though an army had encountered a powerful enemy and was rapidly reacting. Yi Boren had laid down a good foundation. "I'm still not strong enough," Chu Yang thought, ignoring the guards and shaking his head. If he were strong enough, Li Hutyuan wouldn't have been so petty. The Legion of Gods is like meat on the chopping block of heaven's souls. If heaven's souls are unjust, the Legion of Gods will come. He recited slowly, and his figure disappeared before the eyes of the guards of the county governor's residence. Circles of ripples rippled in the void. Bam! 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 The voice of the third night watch came from outside the prefectural governor's mansion, causing the guards of the prefectural governor's mansion to feel a chill from head to toe. They couldn't help but think, if the king of hell wants you to die at midnight, he won't let you live until dawn. The person who had killed Marquis Divine Arrow had reappeared, a wretched devil from beyond the heavens. With that thought, the county governor's mansion was thrown into chaos. However, after an extremely short period of time, the guards of the prefectural governor's manor immediately discovered that there was a great commotion coming from the direction of the Wind Palace. It seemed to be the same situation as the one on his side. County Governor Li is dead, and so is Chief Prefect Xiao. The Chief Prefect and Chief Prefect of the Hall of Culture were both dead. It was another shocking matter, even more shocking than the death of the Divine Arrow Marquis. This was because the deaths of the county governor and the chief preceptor would make the officials of the imperial court even more uneasy. The prefectural governor's mansion and the Wind Palace Hall were the two most important places in the county city. Something big had happened at the same time. The huge commotion quickly shook the entire county city. The gods are at the mercy of the heavenly souls. If the heavenly souls are not righteous, the gods will come. When such a voice resounded throughout the entire county quickly regained its order. Who's dead? Who's dead? Could it be that Lu Xuanhuan didn't die? Did he come out again to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? Does anyone know what happened? What happened? People had too many questions, and many people immediately thought of Chu Yang. They thought that Chu Yang had appeared again. Then people got the news. The new county chief, Li Huchuan, was dead. Xiao Qingshang is dead. He died in the middle of the night, which seemed to be the same time as Marquis Divine Arrow. As the news spread, the entire county city immediately fell into a sea of cheers. The people from the Hall of Culture and the prefectural governor's mansion looked at each other. How unpopular were they to be like this? I'm afraid that the imperial court won't be able to sit still this time. I wonder what kind of storm will form this time. The people from the prefectural governor's mansion and the Hall of Culture were much more sensitive than ordinary people. This was a provocation to the imperial court, and it was the second provocation. The nature of the provocation was extremely bad. If the imperial court still couldn't do anything to the murderer, their prestige would be greatly reduced, and the foundation of their rule might be shaken. Chapter 2291. Chu Yang knew about Sage Monarch College from Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang's memories. This college was built on top of a ruin. It was a ruin left behind by the Wandao era. The four words inner sage, outer king were found in the ruins, and thus it was named Sage Monarch College. Sage Monarch College was an extremely famous college in the central continent. Many rich and powerful disciples would choose to enter Sage Monarch College, especially those below the sage realm. The most important thing for a sage was the power of the spirit. Only when one spirit was strong enough would they be able to forge their own Tao. Once the Tao was formed and recognized by the heavens and earth, they could become a sage. In the One Tao era, the most important thing was the Confucian Tao. It excelled in education and formed various moral concepts. Even after the end of the One Tao era, it still continued to influence the entire heavenly spirit world. Therefore, the people of the central continent believed that the Confucian Tao had a unique ability to control the hearts of the people. The hearts of the people were also a kind of spirit power. Moreover, it was the most difficult spirit power to control. It was also the strongest spirit power, and it was the spirit power of all living beings. If one could control it, not to mention other things, they would definitely be the strongest sage. The current spirit power of the people of the central continent was their own spirit power. Therefore, many outstanding geniuses and heaven's prides would choose Sage Monarch College if they had to choose a college before reaching the sage realm. However, since the establishment of Sage Monarch College 2,000 years ago, no one could comprehend or control the spirit power of the people. Therefore, many people had given up on it. Therefore, many geniuses and heaven's prides wouldn't choose Sage Monarch College. When Chu Yang was in the East Continent, he had already come in contact with this kind of spirit power because of the Eastern Wilderness. Although he had a great mission and was under great pressure, his harvest was also incomparably huge. And this harvest continued after arriving at the Central Continent. Compared to the people of the Central Continent, he had come in contact with this kind of spirit power much earlier. Of course, from the memories of Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang, he didn't only know about Sage Monarch College. At the very least, he knew about a person who wanted to kill him, the son of the rebel suppression general, Ouyang Ruo. Ouyang Ruo was at the first stage of life and death realm, undead spirit realm. He had a handsome appearance and was ranked as the 9th most handsome man in the central region. His martial talent was astonishing, and his literary talent was astounding. He was proficient in both the pen and the sword, and was the ideal husband for many women in the central region. 9th most handsome man. You look down on this marshal. You must think that attacking this marshal is a humiliation to him. This marshal must beat you into the 9th most ugly man. The more Chu Yang understood, the more furious he became. In addition to Ouyang Ruo, there were too many talented people in Zhong province who liked and adored Shang Wanlan. In the end, Chu Yang's head hurt a little. It could be said that he was about to become the enemy of the entire central state. This marshal is indeed too outstanding. I was born to be envied by everyone in the world, to be the enemy of the world, to be as lonely as snow. Therefore, allow this marshal to be narcissistic for a lifetime. Chu Yang was more cautious. Before the supreme characters of the Jin dynasty arrived, he stayed far away from the capital of Zhuangyuan County and listened to the commotion outside. He didn't wait long. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky had just brightened. The clouds in the sky hadn't formed yet, but a golden sun suddenly burst out from the west of Zhuangyuan County. After that, the sun instantly appeared in the sky above the Zhuangyuan County and descended with a rumble. In the blink of an eye, the golden sun appeared and set. Before anyone could react, everything had already happened. Everything was over. Chapter 2292. Not only was the palace located in the center of the county city, but it was also the most magnificent and tallest building among all the buildings. With it there, the county city seemed to have a master and a backbone. Everything seemed to have come alive, and there was a suppressive feeling that made everyone calm down in an instant. At the same time, there was a murderous intent that spread out from the Golden Palace, which made people feel very fearful. Rumble. In the sky above the Golden Palace, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Golden lightning constantly burst out, but it only hovered there and did not spread out to bring disaster to others. The pressure was like thunder, like the might of the heavens. Amidst the rolling thunder, the people in the county city felt great anger, and the reverence in their hearts grew even more. The supreme figure of the Jin dynasty is here. I wonder who it is. Chu Yang was originally in the direction of Zhuangyuan Mountain. Looking from afar, he could also see this scene clearly, and he could also feel the pressure coming from the center of the county city. In his perception, this world seemed to be completely suppressed by something. The space-time became more stable, and he could not use spatial techniques at all. He could not even fly in this area. According to his perception, the county city of Zhuangyuan County seemed to have changed from a village to an impregnable city. It was invulnerable, and no one could even think of stirring up trouble in it. The person who came is at least of the great emperor realm. Chu Yang was very sure of this. He could also clearly feel that there was an invisible divine consciousness constantly scanning the entire Zhuangyuan County, so much so that he could not help but feel that a pair of eyes was looking at him without blinking. There seemed to be a divine sword hanging above his head, and it could fall at any time. Zhuangyuan County can be said to be in a state of war. He quickly denied, no, Zhuangyuan County has now become the territory of the people from the Jin dynasty. To be precise, Zhuangyuan County was just a puddle to the supreme figure in the Golden Palace. After the Golden Palace landed, groups of armored soldiers spread out towards Zhuangyuan County like a tide. Every node was immediately guarded by armored soldiers, and the security was tight. Other than that, the supreme figure in the Golden Palace didn't do anything else. It seemed that he didn't find any clues either. Everything had to stop, like a dam cutting off the surging river. He couldn't find any trace of me. It seems that he is also at his wit's end. Chu Yang was well aware of this. Due to the Destiny Twins and the suppression of the Divine Cauldron in his two-dimensional heavenly abode, no one could deduce his location. Regardless of the past, present, or future, Chu Yang did not exist within them. He was unique, and even more so unique. He had escaped the heavenly Tao and escaped fate. The walking art of gods and demons can deceive saints and even earthly sovereigns, but I'm afraid it can't deceive existences like great emperors. In addition, according to this level of vigilance, if I were to change my appearance and enter, I'm afraid he would immediately notice me. Chu Yang waited for a while, but the supreme figure in the Golden Palace still did not do anything. It seemed to be waiting for the enemy to provoke him again. He couldn't help but rub his chin and ponder again. To be careful, I can't use the identity of Song Tangming. I'm afraid this supreme figure won't care about my original appearance and identity. What he cares about is that the gods are at the mercy of the heavenly souls. If the heavenly souls are unrighteous, the gods will come. At this time, Chu Yang realized that he was stupid. He had already created two fake identities, Lu Xuanhuan and Song Tangming, but his real identity had not been recorded in the Central Region's archives. Chapter 2293. He's really stupid. Wouldn't it be fine if he did it all at once? Anyway, that old guy and the test aren't a problem. Chu Yang shook his head speechlessly. He could do it all at once, and then make 7 or 8 fake identities after his real identity was set. Swoosh! He quickly left and headed towards Little Eastern Town. He wanted to return to the desolate and broken city when he first entered Central State. At the same time, there was dead silence in the Golden Palace. The sizzling sound of thunder amplified this kind of dead silence. It was oppressive, and the atmosphere was almost frozen. The person sitting on the main seat in the palace seemed to be sitting high above the 9 heavens. He looked up at the hazy clouds and couldn't see anything at all. Below the stairs, for people were trembling and kneeling on the ground. They couldn't move at all. Among the 4, there were 2 people. One was Yi Boren, while the other was Ma Kongquan. Both of them were restrained here. As for the other 2 people, one was Sai Wenbin and the other was Qiu Jianbi. The former was the new county chief of Zhuangyuan County, while the latter was the new chief of Zhuangyuan County Civil Palace. After Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang died, the 2 of them came to fill the gap. Whether it was Sai Wenbin or Qiu Jianbi, neither of them was willing to come, let alone be involved in such a whirlpool. The gods were at the mercy of the heavenly souls. If the heavenly souls were unrighteous, the gods would come. The matter had already become big. The death of the divine arrow marquis caused the people of Zhuangyuan County to jump for joy and spread the news. The death of Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang caused the people of Zhuangyuan County to jump for joy again. Although it was a small matter, the nature of it was extremely bad. The heavenly souls were unrighteous, and the gods were enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens to win the hearts of the people. What kind of bitter irony was this to the entire Jin dynasty? With 1 and 2, the entire court was shaken. The imperial court actually made the same mistake in the same place and was used by the demons from beyond the heavens. It was unforgivable. If this matter spread throughout Central State, how would the people of Central State view the imperial court and the Jin emperor? Who was their true emperor and who was their true protector? The Jin emperor or the demons from beyond the heavens? Was the imperial court really so incompetent that it couldn't do anything about the extraterrestrial devils or the rascals? Was the imperial court so muddle-headed that it ignored the will of the people and insisted on putting its people in deep trouble? Therefore, it was as if the heavenly souls were meat on the chopping block of the gods. If the heavenly souls were unjust, the gods would come. When such a thing happened again, many officials in the imperial court fiercely attacked the person in charge of dealing with this matter. The censuring memorials were like snowflakes, and the imperial capital of Zhongzhou was also in an uproar. The officials of the Jin dynasty could not tolerate this and chose immoral people. Li Huchuan was chosen as the county chief of Zhuangyuan Commandery, and Xiao Qingshang was chosen as the chief of the Wen Palace. They also believed that it was because of this that the imperial court was once again humiliated by the extraterrestrial devils or thieves. Inside the Golden Palace, Yi Boren, Ma Kongquan, Sai Wenbin, and Qiu Jianbi were all aware of this. Right now, the person being roasted on top of this volcano was none other than the person sitting in front of them, the supreme existence, the king of chaos. Not only was the king of chaos criticized by the officials of the imperial court, his face was also slapped loudly. He believed that the incident in Zhuangyuan County was just a small matter and did not pay too much attention to it. Therefore, he left before the case was closed. However, as soon as he left, the same thing happened again. Chapter 2294. At this moment, the person in the Zhuangyuan County was the second-generation pacification king. The first-generation pacification king suppressed the remnants of the previous dynasty and calmed the chaos in the Central Plains. He killed countless people and was bestowed the title of king. After inheriting his father's title, there weren't many disturbances in the Central Plains. However, his methods were even more ruthless and bloody than his father's. The appearance of the Zhuangyuan County was a provocation that said, "The gods are at the mercy of the heavenly souls. If the heavenly souls are not righteous, the gods will come." Plus, the divine Arrow Marquis was killed. This was why the king of pacification personally came, but the result was terrible. This time, the king of pacification brought the Jin Emperor's golden palace to his father. Before coming to the Zhuangyuan County, he had already written to the Jin Emperor that he would not return until this case was solved. Sai Wenbin will be the governor of the Zhuangyuan County. After an indeterminate amount of time, the voice of the king of chaos and chaos finally rang out from within the golden palace. One could faintly hear the anger in her voice, as if she was about to reach the heavens. "Yes, your highness." Sai Wenbin immediately accepted the order. Qiu Jianbi will be the head of the Zhuangyuan County School of Literature. Qiu Jianbi accepted the order and left. When the two walked out of the Hall of Pacification, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. It was truly torturous. Because of this, the two pitied Yi Boren and Ma Kongquan, who were still in the Hall of Pacification. Yi Boren, Ma Kongquan, if you still haven't thought of anything, then you will continue to kneel before me. Yi Boren was angry, but he didn't dare to say anything. He was no longer an official of the imperial court and had no obligation to solve cases. What made him even angrier was that if he had the ability, then so be it. However, he didn't have the ability. This was forcing him to do something he didn't want to. Ma Kongquan was naturally furious as well. However, what could he do? He fought back with righteous indignation only to be suppressed and killed. He could only endure the humiliation. Inside the county, every node was guarded by soldiers. There were also squads of soldiers patrolling the city. Everyone could feel the tense atmosphere. Almost all of them kept their mouths shut and didn't dare to discuss. They just lived their days in silence. The entire county city was quiet. Under the great pressure, the people in the county city could barely breathe. They lived in great terror every day. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Chu Yang leisurely entered the prefecture city on a donkey in his original appearance, he immediately felt this atmosphere. He realized that the air in the county city seemed to have completely frozen. The people spoke in extremely low voices, and the children did not even dare to cry. The one who came is so angry. Chu Yang sneered in his heart. Then he muttered, "A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I have to leave this damn place as soon as possible." Naturally, he didn't like to feel so pressured, and he didn't like to put himself in danger even more. Therefore, he immediately went to the Hall of Literature to take the exam. After obtaining the position of elementary scholar, he immediately left the city and went to the Sage King College. In the Hall of Literature, everything went smoothly. Because of the atmosphere in the county city, Qiu Jianbi didn't want to cause any trouble at this time. Everything was done according to procedure. However, just as she was about to test Chu Yang, an oppressive voice came from the Hall of Chaos. "You are Chu Yang from the Eastern Wilderness?" Qiu Jianbi was shocked. Chu Yang was even more shocked. "No way. That bullshit king of chaos. How could such an important person notice an ant like me?" To tell the truth, in that moment, Chu Yang was scared to death. Could it be that the king of chaos sensed something for me? Chapter 2295. Yes, this humble one is Chu Yang from the Eastern Wilderness. Chu Yang couldn't make up his mind and was extremely anxious. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Then, he respectfully spoke to the Chaos Palace. "Pass down the order of the King of Chaos. Order Wild Dog to meet him." Pass down the order of the King of Chaos. Order Wild Dog to meet him. Pass down the order of the King of Chaos. Order Wild Dog to meet him. In an instant, from the direction of the Chaos Palace, the voices of the armored soldiers came from afar. Their voices were loud and clear. Everyone could hear them clearly. Wild dog. Chu Yang's anxiety disappeared. He felt that the king of chaos didn't notice anything. Instead, it was because he was Chu Yang, Shangwan Lan's fiancé. He was no longer anxious, but he was extremely angry. You dog, what did I do to you? Chu Yang was about to grind his teeth to pieces. If he had ended up like this because he killed the divine Arrow Marquis, he wouldn't have any complaints. However, the king of chaos and tranquility had humiliated him in public because of other reasons. This made him sullen. Xiao Jianbi heard all this and could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He had heard of Chu Yang's name long ago. When Chu Yang came to the Hall of Literature for the examination, he also thought that Chu Yang might be Shangwan Lan's fiancé. Chu Yang, Shangwan Lan's fiancé, was already a hot topic in the Central Continent. Very few people didn't know of Chu Yang's name. Xiao Jianbi couldn't say anything and could only follow Chu Yang. Of course, to the people of the county city, such a thing made them very surprised. The Chaos Palace was grand and majestic. The city walls were thick and tall, shining brightly. Along the way, there were armored soldiers with sharp blades. The entire Chaos Palace was very strict. Chu Yang took a step forward and looked at the majestic palace. His heart was pounding. Is this the power of the king of chaos and disorder? When I become a great emperor, I will return the humiliation I suffered today. The cultivation level of a great emperor was not something that the current Chu Yang could imagine. It was not something that he could deal with. Buzz. When Chu Yang arrived at the Chaos Palace and was about to enter, he suddenly felt a sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he was approaching some kind of extreme danger. It was an instinctive sense of vigilance. At the same time, he also felt the sky darken. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, a majestic and terrifying pressure surged towards him. This feeling was similar to when he first entered the Middle Continent from the East Continent. The air around him turned into steel plates and pressed against him. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't even move his feet. That coercive aura seemed to have materialized. It felt as if he was carrying a mountain or a star on his back when it fell on Chu Yang's body. The sound of bones cracking came from his body. It sounded as if firecrackers had been set off. In that moment, Chu Yang's legs were already bent. His knees were about to touch the ground, but he gritted his teeth and held on. Xiao Jianbi could only shake his head. How could a mere Nirvana realm cultivator resist the pressure of a great emperor? This was probably just the beginning. He didn't doubt that the king of chaos and disorder wanted Chu Yang to kneel inside. If Chu Yang had stood there motionless, he would have been charged with disrespect and killed on the spot. Should I say that she's a femme fatale, or that she's overestimating herself? From Xiao Jianbi's point of view, if Chu Yang didn't overestimate himself, he wouldn't do this. After all, the difference between Chu Yang and Shangwan Lan was too big. They were people from two different worlds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void vibrated and buzzed. After Xiao Jianbi made his judgment, he realized that a powerful force surged out of Chu Yang's body and resisted the pressure of the king of chaos and disorder. Chapter 2296. The Great Emperor's Imprint. Xiao Jianbi was stunned for a moment before she quickly came to a realization. She muttered to herself, "This Chu Yang is really extraordinary." Chu Yang activated the Great Emperor's imprint to resist the King of Chaos's pressure. He did an excellent job. The Great Emperor's shadow didn't appear behind him, but instead completely merged with his body. Tap! He finally stepped into the Chaos Palace, but the further he went, the greater the pressure. It could be said that the pressure increased exponentially. The scene of the Chaos Palace unfolded before his eyes. It was majestic, magnificent, and extremely luxurious. The soldiers guarding the palace were solemn, oppressive, and disdainful. They were like gods guarding the palace. Waves of tremendous storm pressure gushed out from their bodies, and huge, brilliant, and resplendent halos radiated from their feet. These halos overlapped with one another, and in that instant, The entire hall seemed to have turned into a kingdom of the gods. Earthly sovereign realm guards. Chu Yang's pupils shrank. In addition, when he encountered these guards, the pressure on his body suddenly increased. If he wanted to enter and meet the King of Chaos, he must pass this test. If he didn't pass, he would die for disrespect. Damn it, if Qiu Jianbi could see it, how could Chu Yang not see it? The pressure on his shoulders also increased, becoming heavier and heavier. Every step he took was exceptionally heavy. Tap, tap, tap. In the entire Chaos Palace, Chu Yang felt as if everything had disappeared. His surroundings were deathly silent. He could only hear his own footsteps. The footsteps were clear, yet indistinct, echoing in his silent world. When he couldn't hold on any longer, he had to activate the second Great Emperor's imprint. Time passed silently. In front of him, there seemed to be a huge storm or a giant beast lying in wait. The closer he got, the greater the pressure. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, but he didn't notice. Time also began to feel extremely long, as if countless centuries had passed, and the road ahead seemed to have no end. His clothes were already drenched in sweat. Chu Yang's magic power was rapidly depleting, and his physical strength was also rapidly weakening. It was as if his feet were filled with lead. This short road was actually so difficult to endure. Buzz! He didn't know when, but his mind buzzed again. The aura that caused the world to change color was vigorous, domineering, unreasonable, and exuded a sense of superiority. It became even more intense, shooting out and enveloping the surroundings. Chu Yang shuddered violently. Only then did he realize that he had already entered the Chaos Suppression Hall. Beside him were Yi Boren and Ma Kongquan, who were kneeling on the ground like stone statues. They were both exhausted and weak. He didn't even have time to be shocked and astonished before a loud roar blasted into his mind. Impudent! Hurry up and kneel down. Commoner, Chu Yang greets the King of Chaos. The King of Chaos was the king, and Chu Yang was the commoner. It was impossible for him not to kneel. He followed the King of Chaos's aura and knelt down. Then he heard a dog barking, as if telling him to get up. Dog, where did this dog come from? He was stunned. When he lifted his head, he saw a dog barking at him. There seemed to be a scornful smile on its face. You know what's good for you. You don't have the right to kneel to me. You barely qualify to kneel to a dog that I am about to eat. Whoosh! Blood rushed up to Chu Yang's head. Chu Yang's face turned red. He was actually asked to kneel down and worship a dog. Chapter 2297. In front of Chu Yang, there was a flight of stairs. On top of it, there was a figure that seemed to be sitting high up in the nine heavens. However, it was hazy and he couldn't see clearly. Because of the pressure, his perception was distorted. He was about 45 degrees away from where the stray dog was. The stray dog was already prepared. Just now, the King of Chaos and Disorder used his aura and pressure to mislead Chu Yang. Only then did Chu Yang kneel down in front of the dog. The King of Chaos and Disorder wanted to humiliate him. Damn it, using your cultivation to humiliate me. Chu Yang was filled with hatred. What? Do you have a problem with that? The rude and domineering voice rumbled down from above. Chu Yang couldn't take it anymore. With a plop, he knelt down in front of the dog. At this moment, he missed the demonic bell. He also realized that Shangguan Shao had been merciful to him before. This humble one doesn't dare. Chu Yang didn't have the ability to act out right now. He had to have the ability to endure humiliation. He had to endure what others couldn't. Ability was a line. Endurance was another line. The area between these two lines was his living space. He could do what others couldn't. He could endure what others couldn't. Only then would his living space be larger. He didn't want to expand his living space by enduring humiliation. However, he had no choice. If you don't dare, then count out to the stray dog 3 more times. Yes. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yang seemed to be completely numb. He didn't feel anger or any emotion. He kowtowed 3 more times to the stray dog. Humph. The King of Chaos and Disorder finally snorted. A dog is a dog. You think you're worthy of being the fiancé of the divine fragrance girl? You think you're worthy? None of her damn business. Chu Yang roared in his heart. He was so angry and humiliated that his sealed inner world was about to explode. All of his emotions were about to be exposed. He didn't say anything. The king of chaos and disorder humiliated him. He was completely sure that it was completely out of selfishness, because the disgust towards him had absolutely nothing to do with the two major events that happened before and after Zhuangyuan Prefecture. Wild dog, you want to participate in the exam set up by the School of Literature to obtain the position of scholar? Yes. Chu Yang's inner world was completely sealed off. At this moment, he was like a walking corpse. Then let this king set a question for this dog of yours. You can be said to be very lucky. As the king of chaos spoke, he turned to Qiu Jianbi and said, Qiu Jianbi, do you have any objections to this? Your Highness holds the position of Hanlon Scholar. Naturally, you have such rights and abilities. I have no objections. Would Qiu Jianbi dare to say no? All right then. The king of chaos immediately said to Chu Yang, Wild dog, I will only give you 3 questions. If you can answer them correctly, you will pass the test. A golden light flashed, and a dragon's roar resounded. 3 Jiao dragons flew down with 3 questions in their mouths. The last 3 questions unfolded in front of Chu Yang. The first question was a couplet or a couplet. It was definitely not very difficult. Wind and bamboo, green bamboo. Wind flips the green bamboo. Bamboo flips the wind. Every word was in the form of a beast. The second question was about extremely ancient characters. It was equivalent to recognizing these characters and then translating them. But there was only one word on it, a big word. A big word that couldn't be read. Chu Yang fiercely clenched his fists within his long sleeves. He finally understood. In these 2 questions, the king of chaos and disorder had humiliated him. The real meaning of the first question was, can you speak the human language? Therefore, the first question was in the form of a beast. But it was very difficult to understand because there were too many meanings. Until Chu Yang saw the big word. If you can answer it correctly, you can speak the human language. If you can't speak the human language. You are a beast. Chapter 2298. Damn it, Chu Yang cursed in his heart. Then, he continued to read. 100 steam buns, 100 monks, 3 great monks, 3 small monks, 1 small monk. How many small and big monks are there? This was an arithmetic question. Based on the sarcasm of the previous 2 questions, he instantly understood the bitter sarcasm of this question. Do you know how to do arithmetic? Do you know how to speak human language? Do you know how to read big characters? Do you know how to do arithmetic? Each question was mocking Chu Yang to the best of their ability. It could be said that the king of chaos looked down on him. But these 3 bullshit questions, he could instantly answer them. Wind, bamboo, green bamboo. Wind flips green bamboo. Bamboo flips the wind. This pair was correct. White plum blossoms in the snow. Snow reflects white plum blossoms reflects snow. The second question was to translate the ancient character. If Chu Yang hadn't studied hard in Little Eastern Town, he would have been stumped. This was an ancient character from the era of Wen Dao, completely different from the characters of Tianhan World. That arithmetic problem was the easiest one for him. If translated into plain Chinese, it meant that 100 monks divided into 100 steam buns would be just enough to divide them all. If each great monk was divided into 3 steam buns, each small monk was divided into 3 small monks, how many large and small monks were there? This question could be answered with an equation. 25 large monks, 75 small monks. White plum blossoms in the snow. Snow reflects white plum blossoms reflects snow. The meaning of this ancient character is big fight. As in big fight, 25 large monks, 75 small monks. Without waiting for the king of chaos to give a time limit, Chu Yang gave the answer as soon as he looked at the question. Immediately, the atmosphere around him froze, freezing to the extreme. Qiu Jinbi's heart was in turmoil. This Chu Yang is really audacious. Even if he knows the answer, he shouldn't be able to say it so quickly. Chu Yang was just a refugee. How could he give the answer so easily? This was too much. It completely showed the King of Chaos's ignorance and shallowness. However, the 3 questions the King of Chaos set were definitely not easy. Especially the arithmetic question, it would take him a while to figure it out. Therefore, Chuyang gave an answer very quickly. He felt that it was more than enough to directly give him the position of High Scholar. Beside him, Yi Boran and Ma Kongquan were also astonished. After Lu Xuanhuan, the two of them felt that they had encountered another genius in the field of literary arts. They couldn't help but be puzzled. Were there really so many outstanding people in the Eastern Wilderness and the Eastern Continent? Chuyang had no way of knowing what the King of Chaos was thinking, but he could clearly see the reaction of the 3 Heavens Flood Dragon. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The King of Chaos and Chaos should have reacted the same way. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. For a long time, the King of Chaos didn't say anything. He wanted to humiliate Chuyang again, but Chuyang beat him back with his staff. He was like a dog, barking in pain. Who doesn't know how to speak human language? Who doesn't know how to read? Who doesn't know arithmetic? What the hell are you doing here? With your level of skill? This was Chuyang's counterattack. Every counterattack made the King of Chaos and Chaos's expression turn uglier. But he couldn't do anything because Chuyang was only answering questions. Your Highness, did this humble one answer wrong? Chuyang began to provoke and show off. Xiao Jianbi's heart almost exploded. This Eastern Wilderness refugee in front of him, what was his guts made of? This wasn't impossible. Chuyang was only asking questions. If the King of Chaos and Chaos brought it out in the open, where would he put his face? You answered all 3 questions correctly. You have passed the examination and received the position of High Scholar. The King of Chaos and Chaos was clearly gnashing his teeth. Every word he spoke was like a sword, incredibly sharp and dripping with blood. Xiao Jianbi couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 2299. BZZ. Xiao Jianbi's mind went blank. This refugee called Chuyang wasn't done yet. He actually wanted to challenge the King of Chaos and test the King of Chaos's literary skills. He really felt like he was stepping on air, about to fall off a cliff and shatter into pieces. Yi Boran and Ma Kongquan knelt on the ground. They couldn't help but turn their heads and stare at Chuyang in disbelief. The guard in the palace originally didn't look at him, but at this time, they all emitted ripples of spiritual energy. They couldn't help but look at Chuyang. This was the first time they'd seen someone like this. Needless to say, the 3 dragons opened their mouths wide, holding the 3 questions in their mouths. They fell to the ground with a soft thud. They were all caught off guard and were all frightened. At this moment, the entire Chaos Palace seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. But Chuyang was not the slightest bit afraid. Based on the King of Chaos and Disorder's character, how could the King of Chaos and Disorder not accept his challenge? If the King of Chaos didn't accept, wouldn't that mean he was afraid of a mere wild dog? Would his self-esteem be able to take it? If he couldn't answer, he would become enraged and kill him. He would become a laughingstock among laughingstocks. So, what did Chuyang have to fear? Of course, this was extremely risky. Chuyang was gambling with his life. But if he didn't, he might not be able to keep his life. Your Highness, can you explain a thing or two to this humble one? Chuyang opened his mouth again, causing the heartstrings of everyone in the hall to tighten again. This thing was really asking for a yard when given an inch. Fine, wild dog, you got guts. I'll give you this chance. The King of Chaos was still the same as before. He seemed to be gnashing his teeth. However, if you were to sully my ears, you, the dog, will die even earlier than that dog. But I'll disappoint you. Chuyang directly gave a question. The first question was naturally a couplet. Willow pond locked in smoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, he threw out 1,000 ancient terms. Among the 5 characters, each character was embedded with 5 characters, and the artistic conception was very wonderful. It was extremely difficult, to the point that some people thought it was the most difficult in the world. Chuyang was really infuriated. Who are you calling a beast? Who are you saying can't speak the human language? This grandpa wants to see if you can speak the human language. When the king of chaos and disorder heard the couplet, she didn't immediately realize how difficult it was. So Chu Yang continued with his questions. His second question was naturally targeted at the king of chaos' second question. Naturally, it was also about translation. Fuck him. He cursed, but would the king of chaos understand? The English that he had painstakingly learned in his previous life had finally come into play this time. He was actually very curious as to how the king of chaos and chaos would react. Unfortunately, he had no way of knowing. However, Qiu Jinbi was already deep in thought. He laughed in his heart. If you can translate it, then it will be amazing. Chu Yang was walking on the street, carrying a pot to buy wine. Every time you see a shop, you drink a bucket when you see a flower. Every time you see a shop or a flower, you drink all the wine in the pot. How much wine did you have? Chu Yang continued with his third question. This question had variables. It required multiplication and division, addition and subtraction, and then gradually reverse engineering. He didn't bother much. He just used multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction, combining them to bully the king of chaos to death, crushing his intelligence and making his brain cells scream. The three questions were finished. The three questions bombarded the king of chaos and disorder's mind. Chu Yang felt that the king of chaos and disorder would be incomparably satisfied. Time passed quickly. The guards in the hall, Qiu Jianbin, Yi Boren, and Ma Kongquan were all waiting. The king of chaos and disorder would quickly give an answer like Chu Yang, but the king of chaos and disorder didn't say anything. They were also mulling it over. When they realized how difficult it was, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This wasn't just difficult, it was extremely difficult. Extremely difficult. No wonder the king of chaos and disorder couldn't answer at all. They couldn't help but look at Chu Yang in astonishment. They were shocked that his knowledge of the Tao of Prose was so shocking. This is probably going to be bad. If the king of chaos and disorder can't answer, he'll probably go berserk. When that happens, I'll definitely be in trouble. Chapter 2300. A gentle breeze blew in from the outside. The air in the chaos calming hall flowed gently, like a mother's hand caressing her child's face. There was not a trace of sound, as silent as death. In the chaos calming hall, Chu Yang seemed to be in a world of sculptures. Whether it was Yi Boren, Ma Kongquan, or Qiu Jianbi, or the guards in the hall, they were all lifelike sculptures. Unfortunately, Chu Yang could not see the sculpture that he wanted to see the most. In his imagination, perhaps that sculpture had come to life, but it was definitely a mute. Its mind must be blank. How exactly was the king of chaos calming feeling right now? He was really curious to death. It would not be good if he could not see the king of chaos calming anger and humiliation, because he was sure that it would be a perfect performance, and the scene would be as beautiful as a painting. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity. Chu Yang could not help but say what was in his heart. Immediately, Qiu Jianbi and the others all came to life. Their pupils trembled, and they looked at Chu Yang with an indescribable gaze, as if they were looking at an unprecedented species or an animal that was about to go extinct. It was more or less like that, but he could not describe it exactly. If he did not hide it, and it was exposed, the king of chaos calming would probably faint from anger and could also slap him to death. So he naturally had to save it. Aship Sea Calming Tower. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was obviously the second half of the couplet, Willows Lock the Pond. Immediately, from the high hall, a huge ripple spread out. Yi Boren, Qiu Jianbi, and the others' eyes lit up. It seems to match. Ma Kongquan could not help but say. The guards in the hall also could not help but show a thoughtful expression, and some even nodded inadvertently. Rotten. Chu Yang shook his head and suddenly spat out a word. Then he shook his head and said to himself, Ash and the sea calming tower, the side of it matches. Ash against fire, pile against earth, town against gold, sea against water, and building against wood. This also matches, but what the hell is artistic conception? Huh. At this moment, from the king of chaos, The thought ripples of sudden enlightenment were like water that was frozen, directly stopping and freezing in midair. Yi Boren and Qiu Jianbi felt as if they had entered a fairyland, but they suddenly realized that they were just stepping on a pile of dog shit. Ma Kongquan, on the other hand, was rooted to the spot. When they heard Chu Yang's answer, they thought that they had been liberated and that their suffering had ended. But in the end, they rejoiced in vain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. For where the king of chaos and chaos sat, a buzzing sound could be heard. It was as if he had been slapped in the face by someone again, humiliated by someone again. Huh! Chu Yang laughed in his heart, but he forced himself to hold it back. He scolded himself. Ashmound Sea Calming Tower, this is a pile of dog shit. It's forced to be a delicacy, although the shape of the dog shit seems similar to the delicacy. Yi Boren, Qiu Jianbi, and the others were once again disgusted, and they were sure that the king of chaos and chaos was about to grind his teeth to pieces. The king of chaos and chaos looked down on Chu Yang, believing that Chu Yang's literary cultivation was weak, and used it to humiliate Chu Yang. This time, it could be said that he had directly kicked an iron plate. Rome City's tobacco and wine shop. When he spoke again, Yi Boren and the others' eyes lit up again, feeling refreshed. However, trash. Chapter 23:01. Feng Sun Mou dregs. Feng Sun Jihong dregs. The same method, the same result every time. Every time, Yi Boren and the others felt enlightened. But every time, Chu Yang vehemently denied it. He played with their intelligence until they couldn't help but gnash their teeth at Chu Yang. They wanted nothing more than to tear him apart. Who knew how the king of disorder and disorder was feeling? But they guessed that the lowly person he looked down on was acting so smug in front of him. He must be fuming with rage. If violence could be used to solve this problem, Yi Boren and the others were willing to bet their heads that Chu Yang would have been reduced to ashes. Tea boils chisel spring. Chu Yang gave another second line. No matter how many times Yi Boren and the others were teased by Chu Yang, they still felt enlightened. But just as they were prepared for Chu Yang to hammer them in the face again, just as they were prepared for the pain and humiliation, the situation changed again. Xiao Sheng is indeed talented. This is the second half of a graceful couplet. They were once again caught off guard. This time, Chu Yang did not vehemently deny it at the end like before. Instead, he affirmed it and emphasized, "Please take note that this is the second half of a graceful couplet." Furthermore, the couplet is extremely neat and harmonious. The artistic conception is beautiful and very technical. Then, he became even more narcissistic. What's even more valuable is that the 5 elements are on the left. I have placed wood, fire, metal, earth, and water under the words. Wonderful, wonderful, truly wonderful. He was already clapping his hands and sighing. Yi Boren and the others were enraged. They couldn't help but nod in agreement. But what they didn't expect was that the bastard was waiting for them to react this way. More accurately, the bastard was waiting for the king of disorder and disorder to react this way. Bullshit, this is still bullshit. Chu Yang cursed. Yi Boren and the others' expressions were wonderful. There was no need to say anything, but this bastard's explanation made a lot of sense. Chisel spring and pond willow are 2 different words. This is a taboo. What's so wonderful about this? I really am an idiot. Sai sighed deeply. His appearance caused Yi Boren, Qiu Jianbi, and the others to fall into chaos. How could he toy with them like this? Wasn't he calling them idiots right in front of their faces? No, he was cursing the king of chaos. He was cursing the king of chaos for being an idiot. A few of them were immersed in the couplet and had already forgotten about this. They had also forgotten about the danger. Now that they suddenly remembered, they felt a wave of fear and their scalps went numb. This Chu Yang thing was simply undisciplined and out of control. He actually dared to call the king of chaos an idiot. What was even more hateful was that he was innocent. He wasn't scolding anyone. He was just thinking and couldn't help himself. You can't blame him for this. If you insist on thinking this way, then I'm really wronged. They were speechless. It seemed like this was the truth. because Chu Yang shook his head and made another couplet, lantern deep in the village temple bell. It seemed like he was really thinking. Was he really making a couplet? Then here comes the question. Will the king of disorder and disorder go berserk? Therefore, other than fear, they were also curious to death. The king of disorder and disorder didn't manage to find anything that could be used against Chu Yang. If he went berserk, it would only make others think that he was weak. He would lose too badly and too miserably. Chapter 23:02. The second half of this couplet is harmonious and natural. Its meaning is close to that of the original. It's a way of mixing reality with falsehood. Deep is used to describe the location of the temple as well as the visual enjoyment of the light. Bell is used to refer to the sound of a bell. Temple bell is used to describe the sound of a chime. Although it's quite exquisite, it's lacking in spirit. Chu Yang once again used this method to divert attention and praised himself. Then, in the most hypocritical manner, he said that it wasn't bold enough. It was very technical. This was definitely a technical job. At least that was what he thought. Although what he said was true, it made people feel stifled and angry. He actually called others stupid again and again. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth shook. Yi Boren, Xiao Jianbi, and the rest were caught off guard. Because of the huge tremors, they were directly thrown into the air like a small boat. Then with a bang, they fell to the ground in a sorry state. Wong wong wong. The entire Chaos Suppression Hall was shaking. Golden fragments rustled down, and the hall seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. A huge buzzing sound entered everyone's ears, and everyone in the hall couldn't help but tremble. Wah! Chu Yang's internal organs violently resonated. In an instant, he was heavily injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. His flesh and bones were about to disintegrate. Visible ripples spread from the Chaos Suppression Hall to the entire Zhuangyuan County. It was like the wrath of the king of beasts in the forest. The people of Zhuangyuan County were extremely frightened. They all knelt down and kowtowed towards the Chaos Suppression Hall. Boom! Chu Yang suffered another heavy blow. His chest felt like it was hit by a star. His sternum was broken and caved in. He was also directly thrown out like a dead dog, flying out of the Chaos Suppression Hall. Wild dog, you really think this king doesn't dare to kill you? The Chaos Suppression King finally couldn't take it anymore. However, he didn't shout or roar. He restrained himself and did his best to maintain a trace of elegance and demeanor. Cough, cough, cough. Chu Yang struggled to stand up as he coughed out blood. He thought to himself, is this the pressure and terror of a great emperor? Sure enough, it's not something an emperor weapon can compare to. This humble one doesn't know why your highness is so angry. It's really frightening. He was still pretending to be confused. In an instant, Yi Boren and Xiao Jinbi understood what he meant. He refused to admit it. If Chu Yang really didn't want to admit it, the King of Chaos would kill him because of this. That would be a complete and utter defeat, a crushing defeat. Fuck you. Could it be that because of this, your highness thinks this commoner is deceiving your highness? He found an excuse and started cursing. You bastard. Yuri Sanov bitch. Drop dead. After Chu Yang cursed for a while, he finally said, Your Highness, this kind of language definitely exists. This humble one can still say a few words. But since Your Highness doesn't recognize it, do you think it doesn't exist? BZZT, BZZT, BZZT. Yi Boren, Xiao Jianbi, and Ma Kongquan's minds buzzed. At first, they didn't understand the King of Chaos's humiliation at Chu Yang's hands. But Chu Yang's expression and reaction made them understand completely. Can you speak human language? Can you read? Can you count? At this moment, Chu Yang purposely brought up the second person. He was actually cursing the King of Chaos for being illiterate and illiterate, for pretending to know when you don't, for thinking you're above everyone else, for thinking you're above everyone else. Once your ignorance is exposed, your true nature is revealed. What bullshit nobility are you pretending to be? What bullshit aloofness? Are you worthy? Would a person with class be as tasteless as you? Chu Yang was also cursing the king of chaos for being a sore loser. He was nothing more than an animal. He had no scruples and no sense of shame. The three of them felt that their translations were correct. There could only be two results. Either the king of chaos and tranquility would know shame and have scruples, or the king of chaos and tranquility would become even more furious and lose all sense of reason. Chapter 23:03. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky above the hall of disorder and disorder, golden thunder rumbled. Like giant axes, they slashed in all directions. The golden lightning, the blinding light, tore a hole in the sky. Heaven and earth shook as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The people of Zhuangyuan County fell into a state of extreme fear. There were already cries of fear and panic coming from all directions. The boundless coercion fell on Chu Yang's body as if it was real. He was too lazy to resist and allowed the coercion to flatten him to the ground. However, his face still carried a hint of mockery, and a trace of regret. This trace of regret clearly showed that he had made a grave mistake. He had overestimated the Lord of Disorder and Disorder. He never would have thought that the Lord of Disorder and Disorder would be so foolish. Therefore, he had miscalculated and regretted it. This was actually his true thoughts. How could a noble lord be so uncultured? However, he realized that he already knew that the Lord of Disorder and Disorder had humiliated him before. Was he uncultured? He was seeking death again. Chu Yang was not bad at regret. Even his trace of regret seemed to be too much. At the moment of life and death, the regret in his heart, the longing for life, and all sorts of other things were revealed. However, in the end, he had no regrets. Because he had been here before. He had been here before. However, he still cared. That trace of regret would not disappear. It was as if he was dissatisfied with himself and blamed himself, because the end of his life was not interesting at all. It was incomparably ugly. He had met such a weak opponent and made such a fatal mistake. Therefore, how could he not regret it? How could he not blame himself? He could have not done this. He could have continued to endure. Chu Yang's every expression was clear to the Lord of Disorder and Disorder. He had finally lost control. "Wild dog, how dare you!" The roar rushed out from the Hall of Disorder and Disorder. Wherever the sound waves passed, everything was destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth could feel the anger of the martial monarch. The thunder in the sky became even louder and more intense, so loud that the entire middle continent could hear it. The gods were on the chopping block, and the heavenly souls were on the chopping block. If the heavenly souls were unjust, the gods would come. Perhaps because of what happened in Zhuangyuan County, the king of Disorder and Disorder was enraged. Immediately, countless tyrannical thoughts descended upon Zhuangyuan County. Each and every one of those thoughts had a cultivation base that reached the heavens. In the blink of an eye, they understood everything. Up in the sky, they saw the scene of Chu Yang and kings of chaos fighting in the Chaos Temple. Wang, the king of chaos and disorder's head, was buzzing. Her face was pale and red like a piece of burning iron. "Scram! All of you scram!" With a swoosh, a golden light shot out from the palace and turned into a giant hand. It was about to erase the image in the air. However, at this moment, loud laughter came from the distant space. That laughter seemed to be coming from someone holding their stomach, laughing so hard that they were about to cry and roll on the ground. I'm dying of laughter." The voice sounded as if it was about to go crazy from laughter as it repeated these three sentences. "Do you know how to speak human language? Big words. It knows you. Do you know it? Do you know how to count? The voice laughed even more crazily. "Little king of disorder, you've lost all your father's face, Even though there was only one voice in the world, every place seemed to be filled with laughter. Some were laughing silently, some were stroking their beards, some didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were all kinds of laughter. Not every powerful existence was like that voice and directly mocked the king of disorder and disorder. Those who were older than the king of disorder and disorder wouldn't laugh at the younger generation in such an inappropriate manner. Little king of disorder, you want to race it? But can you? I've already caught it. Huh? Chapter 23:04. Chu Yang's voice came out from various images and soon reverberated in the world. His expression also fell into everyone's eyes. In the images, every meaningful process, every round was also extremely vivid. The king of chaos and disorder was crushed like a dog by Chu Yang in terms of literary skills. It was vividly depicted. Shen Sangxing, the king of chaos and disorder, was panicking. His face was burning hot as he completely unleashed his emperor's aura. All the images collapsed and disappeared. Just as the entire Zhuangyuan County and Shuyang were about to be wiped out, several powerful forces descended and stopped everything. One of them even protected Shuyang. Only now did the king of chaos and disorder realize that he had completely lost his composure. He was sweating profusely. If the entire Zhuangyuan County was destroyed by him, what kind of sin would that be? The gods are on the chopping block. The spirits are meat on the chopping block. If the spirits are not righteous, the gods will come. Before such a horrible situation was resolved, if he did something even worse, nobody would be able to save him. He would die without a doubt. The king of chaos and disorder was only a little bit away from that disastrous outcome. He was almost beyond redemption. Willows lock the pond. This is truly an absolute. It's not easy to match it, is it? An old voice sounded. The king of chaos and disorder's vision went dark, and he fell to the ground in the palace of chaos and disorder. He gritted his teeth, but didn't dare to look in the direction of the voice. He didn't want to reveal his hatred. This first half of the couplet is extremely tricky. The 5 elements have to match, the artistic conception and rhythm have to match, and the structure of the words have to be considered. This is truly an absolute. Duke Jiao didn't choose such a grandson-in-law for no reason. That's right. Based on this couplet alone, it is clear that this man is not ordinary. The king of chaos and disorder felt like he was better off dead. He had already lost a lot of face. However, one old man wasn't enough. Now, a few more old men jumped out and commented. Wasn't this the same as tearing his face off? There was no worst, only worse. Because of this absolute phrase, Willows lock the pond, it attracted even more aged voices, and thus even more voices that sounded like they were trying to curry favor with people of culture. The Ashmound Sea Calming Tower, this second half of the couplet barely matches, but the concept is really too lacking. However, I'm afraid I can't make such a bad match in such a short time. Rome City's tobacco and wine shop is also like this. Chu Yang's thinking is truly sharp. Although he is still lacking, he was able to immediately identify it. It is truly extraordinary. Boiled tea and chiseled spring is indeed the second half of the graceful and graceful sex couplet. This is indeed the case. All of a sudden, the sky above Scholar County seemed to have turned into a literary convention. All sorts of discussions and comments were going on. The king of chaos felt like he was in the 18th level of hell, suffering countless torments. He was too ashamed to show his face. The lantern is deep in the village and the bell in the temple. This pair is harmonious and natural. The mood and charm are indeed close to the original sentence. It is indeed possible to match the willows lock the pond. But just as he said, although it is exquisite, it lacks boldness. Wild dog, I will kill you. Without rest, the king of chaos and disorder was on the verge of breaking down. He wanted to kill Chu Yang no matter what. However, he was stopped by several powerful forces. The first person who mocked the king of chaos and disorder appeared again. He mocked, "Little king of chaos and disorder, you are angry out of humiliation." However, in front of so many elders and scholars, is it really okay for you to be like this? Chapter 23:05. Although those old voices and the many other voices did not open their mouths, their attitudes were already extremely clear. They were also incomparably clear on what was right and what was wrong. It could be said that the king of disorder and disorder insulted first and then was insulted. There was no logic in this. The only difference was that the king of disorder and disorder was a noble, while Chu Yang was just a commoner. The difference in status and identity was too big. It wasn't impossible for the king of disorder and disorder to kill Chu Yang. The pond is sealed by a willow tree. Do you have a better second verse, little Chu? Among these people, some directly expressed their intentions with actions, and also revealed their unlimited interest in the pair of willows lock the pond. If there is a better second verse, let's toast. Little Chu, do you? All of a sudden, 3 old voices asked. Crack, crack. Chu Yang's spiritual energy surged inside his body. His broken bones reconnected and his organs healed. At the same time, he stood up and saluted with his fists. Greetings, seniors. He wiped the blood from his lips and cursed in his heart. Then he said, yes, of course. I can say with certainty that there is a second verse already. I just want to see how good the Middle Continent is. How arrogant. How arrogant. Little Chu, you really want to bully the Middle Continent? You think no one in the Middle Continent knows how to speak? When the king of disorder and disorder heard this, he knew he couldn't be saved. He would become the laughing stock of the Middle Continent. That is possible. After Chu Yang survived the crisis of life and death, he didn't cower. Instead, he became even more presumptuous. He was extremely arrogant. He flipped the hair in front of his forehead and narcissistically shook his head. Then he placed his hands behind his back and paced around. Slowly, he recited, "The great river flows east. The waves wash away all the heroes of the past. East of the old fort, people say, the heavenly soul Chu Lang of the Middle Continent, majestic and heroic. With a feather fan and a silk headband, with a smile, the oars turned to ashes." His voice was even more magnetic. "Many people laugh at me. My hair turns gray early. Life is like a dream. I'm here to see the beautiful ladies of the Central State. Hello, your husband is here. Remember to wait for me." In the end, he suddenly spoke this sentence, making the void seem as if it fell backwards. Those unmatched figures seemed to have all fallen as well, being thunderstruck until they were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Yi Boran and Qiu Jinbi were also completely confused. In their lives, they had never seen such a weirdo. Why do I feel like this Chu Yang is a bit like Lu Xuanhuan? It's just that this Chu Yang is even more unrestrained than Lu Xuanhuan. Ma Kongquan looked at the narcissistic Chu Yang and suddenly had such a thought. The impact of Chu Yang's shamelessness seemed to be very big. Only after a long while did they speak. "The great river flows to the east, washing away all the heroes of the ages. To the east of the stronghold, the heavenly soul, Chu Lang, Zhongzhou. The beginning was still fine, but the latter part of the heavenly soul, Chu Lang, Zhongzhou, seemed to be a little off. Not only that, he omitted a lot of sentences in the poem. The top and bottom don't correspond. Yes, it is indeed so." The old voice paused and immediately lectured. "Brat, a good poem has been messed up by you. Hurry up and recite the original poem." Chu Yang directly rolled his eyes. Could he read it out? Do you know the 3 kingdoms? Red Cliff, Zhouyu, Zhuge. If you don't know, then you won't understand even if I read it out. He arrogantly gave an irrelevant answer. This is this marshal's opening speech. If it is a poem, then it is this marshal's introduction poem. It vividly describes how invincible this marshal is and how lonely he is like the snow. After that, he changed his mind and knew that he couldn't avoid it like this. So he said, "However, seniors really have discerning eyes. You actually saw the flaw. It seems that this marshal has to be more careful in front of you. I can't bully you as if you were uneducated people. Also, allow this marshal to change, and I will definitely make you prostrate yourself in front of this marshal." Chapter 23:06. Whoosh. While Chuyang was pacing, he suddenly started to move. He seemed to have turned into a ray of light and flew out in an instant. Then, he directly submerged into the void and disappeared without a trace. Umph, you stinking brat. You think you can escape from me? Rumble. The void shook violently, and an old big hand appeared out of thin air. It reached into the void and grabbed Chu Yang as if he was a chicken. Then it threw him to the ground with a bang. Chu Yang fell to the ground and nearly broke his bones and tendons. He grimaced in pain. I say, although this martial is loved by thousands of people, that is only for beautiful women. You are all a bunch of old fogies. Can you not pay so much attention to this martial? This martial dislikes you. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yang was directly pressed down by a powerful force. Two sticks appeared out of nowhere and fell down like raindrops. He was beaten until his butt was bleeding and his flesh was torn. Only then did he become obedient. Stinking brat, can you recite the poem now? He went too far. Chu Yang wanted to cry, but had no tears. He had originally wanted to write a poem to show off. But how could he have thought that these old fogies would hear the extraordinariness of this poem and insist on knowing the entire poem? But where would he get it? If he wanted to change it, it would be impossible with his level. This poem was too high level. Chu Yang asked with a bitter face, do you know Zhou Gongjin and Zhou Yu? Do you know Crouching Dragon Zhuge? Do you know the Three Kingdoms? Do you know Chaomengde, Lu Xuande, Sun Zhongmo? He asked a series of questions and then said, you are all uncultured people. Even if I were to recite the entire poem, it would be like playing the lute to a cow. Why do you have to humiliate yourselves? Pa pa pa. The stick hit him directly. Chu Yang's wounds that had just been healed were torn again. He was in so much pain that he couldn't help but roar. You forced me to do this. Don't blame me for not showing you mercy. It proves that you are uncultured. Pa pa pa. After another round of stick beating, he finally surrendered. The great river flows to the east, washing away all the heroes of the ages. To the east of the old fort, the people said, Zhou of the Three Kingdoms, Red Cliff. Rubble pierced the sky, raging waves beat the shore, rolling up 1,000 piles of snow. The landscape was picturesque. How many heroes were there at that time? Back in the days of Gongjin, Xiao Qiao had just gotten married. He was handsome and dashing, with a feather fan and a silk headscarf. As he chatted and laughed, the oars vanished in a puff of smoke. His thoughts wandered back to his homeland. He laughed at me. His hair turned gray early. The world was like a dream. Chu Yang finished reciting and then shouted, are you satisfied now? Do you know how scary it is to be uncultured? Not a single voice responded to him. A few old voices were discussing among themselves in the void. The moment I heard this poem, I knew it wasn't bad. I immediately thought of the ancient Three Kingdoms and that magnificent scene. However, Zhou's poem didn't correspond to it. I don't know if I understand this person, so I might have completely misunderstood him. Hearing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but slap his head. He finally understood why these old people were so entangled. He also suddenly remembered that the Central State had such a similar history, but the characters were completely different. Xiao Qiao must be a beauty. Zhou Gongji married Xiao Qiao. He was handsome and dashing, with a feather fan and a silk headscarf. As he chatted and laughed, the oars vanished in a puff of smoke. What kind of style was that? It really makes people fascinated. Not knowing Zhou Gongjin's life and deeds is really a fly in the ointment. That Zhou Gongjin should be the white-clothed great emperor. A few old voices sighed. Then, their focus fell on Chu Yang's body. The Three Kingdoms is the Three Kingdoms of the ancient times. Zhou Gongjin is the white-clothed great emperor. Why don't you quickly tell us? Do you want to be beaten again? Chapter 2307. Chu Yang's eyes were rolling around. No one knew what crooked ideas he was thinking. When was the white-clothed emperor called Zhou Gongjin Zhou Yu? Where did Chaomengde, Lu Xuande, and Sun Zhongmo come from? Who is Crouching Dragon Zhuge Kongming? You really deserve a beating for messing up such a good poem. Hearing that he was going to be beaten, Chu Yang immediately became anxious. Bullshit, what messing up? Without inspection, You have no right to speak. Do you uncultured people understand? Naughty child, you don't know anything if you don't beat you, right? The old voice waited for Chu Yang to speak and then judged whether it was a stick or not. So, Chu Yang could only start to speak eloquently. It's more or less like this. I've always relied on my gigolo to make a living, but I hate the same model. Therefore, I made a wise decision to write a novel to replace this gigolo. As he spoke, he cupped his fists towards the void, towards all directions, and towards the people of Zhuangyuan County, saying, "This Marshall's novel is called Romance of the Three Kingdoms." It was written using the three kingdoms of ancient times. Because the book contains this shuai's strong emotions, the comments on the characters in the near ancient times are biased. Therefore, all the characters in the book are fictional. Gentlemen, please don't take it personally. I also ask that you give this shuai some face, so that this shuai can eat and drink without harming innocent people. Romance of the Three Kingdoms. There was no sound. Chu Yang cupped his fists again. When I first entered Zhongzhou, I gave up on making a living with my face. What kind of courage and boldness is this? I must be rewarded and praised. Please praise me fiercely. I will not be modest. A few old voices directly ignored Chu Yang's shamelessness and shamelessness. Even so, this poem should not be changed. The white-clothed emperor is the white-clothed emperor, not some Zhougonjin. Chu Yang put his hands on his waist and said angrily, "Do you think it is easy for me to not make a living with my face? Is this not clear enough? The book is this handsome, and the poem is this handsome. The poem has to serve the book, and it has to be Zhougonjin. What's wrong with that?" With this explanation, everything made sense. However, these old fellows were not done yet. "Brat, activate the Book of Songs." He wanted to see what level this poem was at. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yang said disdainfully, "Is a mere Book of Songs qualified to comment on this marshal's poem? Don't suppress this marshal's character." Pa! Pa! Without saying a word, a tremendous force came from the space-time and pressed him to the ground again. The cudgel fell down, and his skin and flesh were lacerated, causing him to cry out in pain. Once the staff stopped, those old fellows fell silent again, but their meaning was clear. Chu Yang could only obediently activate the Book of Songs. The moment the Book of Songs appeared, it quickly became incomparably real, showing the magnificent scene of the Three Kingdoms. This scene was different from the Three Kingdoms in Chu Yang's memory. They fought until the heavens fell and the earth cracked, the sun, the moon, and the stars fell. The great river flows to the east, washing away all the heroes of the ages. When the Book of Songs finished reciting Nian Nu Jiao, it was directly included in the book. A first-rate poem without any surprise. Chu Yang was not surprised at all. It would be strange if it was not a first-rate poem. Those old voices were different. As expected, they did not stop. Afterwards, they asked, "What the fuck do you mean? What language is this? Why do I not have the slightest impression of it?" A strange expression immediately appeared on Chu Yang's face. Then, he no longer held back and laughed loudly. He laughed so hard that he rolled on the ground. Previously, in the Chaos Calming Hall, because he was worried that the King of Chaos Calming would kill him, he did not dare to laugh like this. Now, there was no need to hold back. He was truly about to laugh himself to death. Chapter 23:08. These were insults. The King of Chaos and Chaos had already been greatly provoked by him. He had lost all face and become a joke. Now that this poem revealed such a cruel truth, he was truly worried that something bad would happen to the King of Chaos and Chaos. If that happened, he would also be in trouble. He had already walked through the gates of hell once. He didn't want to do it again. As for the old voice, it wasn't Kuin. It wasn't his grandfather. It might not have saved his life in the end. It was just that it was interested in the poem. Chu Yang again didn't answer the question and jumped to the math question. However, this didn't divert the old man's attention. They still wanted to get to the bottom of this. What kind of language is that? Is it a language from the era of Wen Dao? I don't know. Chu Yang wasn't in a good mood. In other words, you're making things up. The staff appeared again and was raised again. Chu Yang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He immediately made up a story and said anxiously, "What do you mean by making it up? You uncultured people are too scary. This is the legendary bird language." Bird language. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent. Yi Boran and Xiu Jinbi were once again shocked by Chu Yang. He actually used a bird language to fool the king of chaos and disorder. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The king of chaos and disorder's cold eyes also stared over. The temperature dropped like a plunge. Chu Yang was almost frozen as well, but he didn't care. He forced himself to explain, "What kind of reaction is this? The reason it's bird language is because it's useless. My master thinks I'm too handsome, so he uses this bird language to torture me. Do you understand?" "Who is your master?" The aged voice was obviously very interested in Chu Yang's master. That was because a person who could teach such a plaything like Chu Yang was definitely not ordinary. Lao Tzu, Zhuangzi, Confucius, Mencius, Mozi, Han Fizi, Guanzi, and all kinds of seeds. Chu Yang directly said, "My master, if you want to hear his name, I can say it for a year. Is this enough?" What he said was naturally not the truth. Rather than calling him master, it would be better to call him ancestor. After a pause, he continued, "He's also called old bastard, old stinky, old bugger, old dog, and so on. You should be satisfied with that, right? Don't you know your master's name?" "It's not that I don't know, but that old bastard didn't want me to know." Chu Yang immediately corrected him. "Your ability to change your appearance must have been learned from your master, right? Your master is the thousand change scholar. Thousand change bookster. What the hell? I created a groundless master. Are you guys going to create a groundless thousand change scholar as well?" This thousand faces scholar definitely existed. Chu Yang wanted to establish a relationship with him, but the thousand faces scholar might not be willing to do so. He might even be disgusted by it. Therefore, he had no choice but to make a statement. That old bastard is definitely not the so-called thousand-face scholar. This marshal swears in the name of this gigolo that if there is even half a lie, this gigolo will not exist and will be turned into ashes. What the fuck do you mean? You bastard. Yuri Sinofbich. Drop dead. Chu Yang still couldn't escape from these three sentences. Therefore, he didn't want to beat around the bush. Secondly, he was going to be hunted down by the king of land and chaos anyway. He might as well reveal the answer before the king of land and chaos and piss him off half to death. It's best if he dies from anger. Chu Yang wanted to die. He was very excited. However, he pretended to be troubled and said angrily, "You old bastards, can't you see that I have something I can't say? If I say it, I will be beaten to death by that old bastard." Then his attitude changed drastically as he said, "However, that old fart. This marshal is about to be killed, yet he still doesn't show up. This marshal must anger him. So there's no harm in telling you, but you must let this marshal go first." This was a negotiation. The result was out. "Fine. It's a deal. It's a deal." Chu Yang stepped out of the array. Then he cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, the answer will be revealed soon. Let me leave first." With a whoosh, he ran away and disappeared. However, this time, nobody wanted to stop him, because there was no need for this. Chu Yang could be said to be a hot potato. Whoever he went to, that person's place would definitely be very lively. Phew. Chapter 2309. Outside of the Hall of Chaos, where Chu Yang had been, there was a clear, human-shaped imprint on the ground. It was a perfect match for Chu Yang. There was also a lot of blood on the ground, all of which had turned dark red. Naturally, that was Chu Yang's blood. After Chu Yang left, a square formation was formed with a human-shaped imprint as the center. It was 30 feet in both length and width. The essence of heaven and earth surged and flowed into the formation like a small river. Then, the human-shaped imprint on the ground began to shine. With the dark red blood as the center, the square imprint also began to appear. When the blood-red light flowed, it was as if blood was flowing quickly in a trough. Very quickly, the dark red, solidified blood melted under the effect of the imprint. The color also became bright red again, returning to drops of blood floating in the air. From the light imprint, a figure of light walked out. The recovered drops of blood gathered and fused with it. Gradually, the figure of light turned from illusory to real, becoming clearer and clearer. The figure, the face, and everything else were also revealed one by one. In just a moment, the flesh and blood Chu Yang once again appeared on the field. At the same time, the area seemed to have turned into a stage. The imprint of the imprint flashed continuously, emitting rays of rainbow light. They intertwined with each other, creating an extremely colorful scene. When the outline of the imprint was completely revealed, from the sky, a beam of light shone down. The Chu Yang in the middle of the stage was highlighted. The light was extremely dazzling and eye-catching. Not bad. He is indeed a little clever. The Tao of imprints, he is indeed unique. A few old voices came from nowhere. Most of them were praises for Chu Yang. Before Chu Yang left, the imprint was indeed not bad. Yi Born agreed. Xiao Jinbi agreed. Ma Kongqian agreed. The king of chaos and disorder would not agree even if he was beaten to death. He saw the dazzling and eye-catching Chu Yang. Even though he knew it was fake, he wanted nothing more than to immediately tear Chu Yang to shreds. However, he also wanted to know what fuck you meant. Respected gentlemen and ladies, as well as those present and those not present, this humble one is the legendary figure, Marshal Chu. Chu Yang began to bow and salute in all directions. It seemed as if he was the host of a large-scale event. Then, he said, I know everyone's purpose, and I know that you're all eager and expectant. So, I'll get straight to the point. Too much bullshit, too much bullshit, too much showing off. In short, Chu Yang was really a troublemaker. Fortunately, whether it was the old voice or the people present, they could still accept Chu Yang's opening speech. Although it was obviously shameless, it was already very proper. Cough, cough, cough. Under the illumination of the neon lights, Chu Yang purposely cleared his throat. Then, with a voice full of emotion, he said, Legendary General Chu, I would like to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that a once-in-a-millennium scene is about to appear. The scene is as beautiful as a painting. Everyone, please prepare your titanium dog eyes, as well as your cheers and screams. As expected, his words were not human words. Who was he calling dog eyes? With a pop, ripples appeared in the air. A beam of light was projected onto the formation on the ground. Soon, the two words, fuck you, were clearly displayed on the formation. First, let me explain these two words to everyone. Chu Yang's voice also appeared in the air. Everyone, please repeat after me. Fuck you. Unfortunately, no one followed Chu Yang as their teacher. It was really a fly in the ointment. The general meaning is, thy mother. Chapter 23:10. Your mother. When I was angry, I purposely asked about your mother. In the minds of Yi Boren, Xiao Jinbi, and Ma Kongqian, those extremely familiar words immediately surfaced. Their lips couldn't help but twitch. This was really too careless of them. Rumble. The untainted temple was like a mountain, leaping 10 meters into the air before crashing back down. The deafening roar was like someone's roar, or someone's scream. The ground quaked violently, causing everyone to feel a sense of anger. This kid, he really is a disgrace to the educated. Bastard, his mouth is full of filth. Spouting shit. Don't you know how to hurt yourself before hurting others? How stupid. The old voices were clearly stunned. Then they continuously drilled out of the unknown space, seeming to be flustered and exasperated, or gnashing their teeth. We were all cursed by this kid. We asked for it. Before, he stuttered and didn't say anything. I'm afraid that's why. That little bit of thought, he used it all on these crooked methods. He has no self-respect. We should have thought of this earlier. The last sentence, the other voices all agreed. Chu Yang was cursing the anti-chaos king. How could he have anything good to say? At this moment, if they were the anti-chaos king, they would probably be in a very good mood. That scene was just like what the little bastard said, a scene of 1,000 years, as beautiful as a painting. Haha. The first voice to mock the anti-chaos king laughed crazily again. Anti-chaos king. Fuck you. Shun Sangsheng. The king of chaos untainted's furious voice swept out from the chaos untainted palace. The rolling sound waves were so tangible that they could be seen clearly, turning the entire void into a sea of sparkling waves. Everyone, I'm sure you are unfamiliar with this phrase, but you can use it this way. Chu Yang's voice resounded again, full and loud. You are the anti-chaos king. Your entire family is the anti-chaos king. He messed around, turning the words anti-chaos king into a curse. Once it spread, the anti-chaos king would be too wonderful for words. Ha! The voice laughed again, playing along. Wonderful, wonderful, truly wonderful. Laughing, he said to the anti-chaos king, You are the anti-chaos king. Your entire family is the anti-chaos king. Ha! At this point, the voice was on the verge of going mad with laughter. He realized that Chu Yang was simply the best. The king of chaos and his father were both vicious and merciless people. They killed many remnants of evil and suppressed many rebellions. At the same time, the father and his father had wrongly killed or offended a lot of people. Those who hated the anti-chaos king, if they had a brain, would definitely spread this phrase. When that time comes, what kind of scene will be like? He could already imagine such a scene, such as this. Someone asked the king of chaos, Are you the king of chaos? Although it was a question, it was a curse was a curse, specifically cursing the anti-chaos king's entire family. Huh. He was about to go crazy with laughter. In the future, the king of chaos wouldn't dare to call himself the king of chaos anymore. What could be more interesting than this? What could drive the king of chaos even crazier? Those old voices, of course, could all think of this. Although they did not know their specific expressions, they were probably exuding cold air from head to toe. If that bastard were to use such a move on them, they would probably be fuming with anger and jumping with rage. Luckily, it was difficult. Although they treated Chu Yang like a naughty child and beat him up, Chu Yang didn't know their names, so he couldn't lie to them. Shun Sangsheng, I will kill you. I will kill you. Chapter 23:11. Inside the shield of light, where the king of chaos and chaos was, it was as if a sun had risen. It expanded infinitely, then exploded. However, the boundless energy and light were all directed to other places, as if to the reverse side of the sky, where it was unleashed and destroyed. Bang, bang, bang. Above the void, the image of Chu Yang's formation, the transformed Chu Yang, as well as the formation he had set up, all exploded in an instant. They were completely destroyed in an instant. It was so clean that not a single bit of it was left. Those elderly voices seemed to have no objections to this. Chu Yang's words probably weren't anything good. It was better to not know what he was talking about. As for the king of chaos, he was just a pitiful child. Your entire family is the king of chaos. After this voice, Chu Yang's voice came from elsewhere. Thing, you can't take any more, can you? This commander knew you would be like this. Besides, this commander has rarely been in such a wretched state because of you. If this commander doesn't get back at you, how can this commander live up to the name of a legendary figure through the ages? Rest in peace. You bastard. The general meaning is that you have many fathers, and when you mix them all up, you're the result. You're resonant of bitch. The general meaning is that your mother lives in a brothel. Drop dead. That's even simpler. May you rest in eternal slumber. Chu Yang's voice continued to emerge from the void, extremely fast and clear. Once it entered the ears of those who heard it, it would be impossible to forget. He continued to unleash storm after storm. How is it? Does this taste good? Say something. Are you satisfied or not? Tell me, so that this marshal can improve. Aren't you already at the peak of pleasure? Say something. This commander is dying of curiosity. Voices came from all around. After the King of Chaos destroyed all the array seals, the world quickly returned to normal. It was as if the only sounds were his ragged breathing and the cracking of teeth. Ha! The sound of mad laughter soon began to resound. This time, Shun Sangxing was laughing like a madman. He was completely convinced by Chu Yang's methods. This was even more painful than killing the King of Chaos and Chaos. Of course, if it weren't for him, the King of Chaos and Disorder would have destroyed the formation Chu Yang placed on the heaven and earth seal long ago. She wouldn't have been able to cause so much trouble. Chu Yang? Is this Chu Yang from the Eastern Wilderness? The legendary Chu Yang? Yi Boran and Qiu Jianbi had long heard of Chu Yang's name, but it was only today that they deeply felt what kind of person Chu Yang was. She was merely of the Nirvana realm and couldn't do anything to the untainted. In other words, she was an ant. Yet, she had ruined the King of Disorder and Disorder's reputation and made her a laughingstock. The damage he did to the King of Chaos and Disorder was worse than a sage's and worse than an untainted's. After all, the two of them would rather be heavily injured by someone of the same level and lose half their lives and endure this kind of humiliation and become a laughingstock. They would never be able to raise their heads again. Fellow Taoists, please don't mention my name. That's how it should be. This kid sure is hard to deal with. We can't afford to offend him. If he gets the chance, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect ourselves. Friend, this isn't a possibility, it's a certainty. This kid is very vengeful. If we casually beat him up, he will definitely hold a grudge. Perhaps he will secretly set us up. The old voices in the void communicated. Normal people wouldn't be able to hear them, but the King of Chaos and Disorder was of the untainted's level. Naturally, she heard everything. At this moment, she was about to go crazy. Chu Yang's various actions were at best child's play. It was very childish. It was as if a child was making up stories about another child. Therefore, even though he was angry, he didn't take it seriously. Chapter 23:12. Just kidding, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. Now, I'm going to get down to business. Please pay attention. Chu Yang's voice came from the west of Zhuangyuan County. Clearly, he was very far away, so his voice wasn't very loud. However, everyone could still hear him clearly. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. You've already gone too far. Are you still not going to let it go? Immediately, the air was filled with astonishment. The old voices, as well as the people who pretended to be cultured, were all astonished. Chu Yang definitely wasn't one of those people. When he caught the King of Chaos pacification, he wanted to beat him to death. Before this moment, Chu Yang's clones of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness time, space, and other clones, as well as his clones of gods and demons, Tianhan World and God World, had all scattered. Only his true self had fled, heading for the Sage Monarch College. It would have been difficult for him to cause trouble with a dozen or so clones. However, because he realized that Shun Sangxing, whom the King of Chaos had mentioned, had been opposing the King of Chaos, he wanted to continue. This time, he was going to turn the world upside down and let everyone know. First of all, I formally protest. I strongly protest. I will protest, even if you beat me to death. Chu Yang's indignant voice came from another direction. It was erratic, and his voice was also very faint. The King of Chaos and Tranquility is incompetent. He is not capable enough to handle the matter of Zhuangyuan County. This is why this commander is so worried. The main reasons for his incompetence are as follows. He immediately voiced his opinion, using various angles to prove the King of Chaos's incompetence and stupidity. There were a few reasons. First, the gods were at the mercy of Tianhan. If Tianhan was unjust, the gods would come. After the Marquis of Divine Arrow's death, they hadn't found any useful clues, and they hadn't eliminated the negative effects of the incident. Not only was the King of Chaos incompetent, but he had also failed in his duty. He had treated the imperial court's affairs as child's play. Secondly, the king of chaos and tranquility, had mishandled the situation in Zhuangyuan County. He had chosen Li Huchuan and Xiao Qingshang, two immoral people. One was the county governor, the other was the chief preceptor. He had lost the hearts of the people and given the demons a chance to repeat the tragedy. The imperial court had lost face again. Third, when the king of chaos and chaos returned to champion commandery, he did nothing. Instead, he shoved all of his responsibilities onto the shoulders of others, leaving the matter of champion commandery to be handled by someone else. This caused the people of champion commandery to be plunged into an abyss of suffering, living each day in fear. This made the situation even worse and worse, further eroding the prestige of the imperial court. Chu Yang deliberately gave an example. Yi Boren and Ma Kongquan were forced to kneel on the ground, and how the people of Zhuangyuan County lived in fear. He was trying to save Yi Boren and Ma Kongquan, as well as get Champion County out of that terrifying state. In the end, everything was caused by him, so he naturally had to work harder. I strongly object once more. The king of chaos and chaos is not only incompetent, he is immoral. During this process, the king of chaos and chaos wanted to see how Chu Yang would call him incompetent, so he did not destroy the formation seal, nor did he search for Chu Yang. However, the consequences were severe. Every point Chu Yang had pointed out was directly aimed at his vitals. The nature of the matter in Champion Commandery was extremely vile, but he had failed to deal with such a trivial matter. He had only worsened the situation. If he was called incompetent, he really would not be able to escape. Afterwards, the king of chaos and chaos began to madly destroy the formation seal. He also tried to search for Chu Yang, find him, and kill him. However, every time he found a formation seal, he could not find Chu Yang's shadow, much less sense him. He was sure that Chu Yang had some tricks up his sleeve, but what use was that? Chu Yang, on the other hand, was playing guerrilla warfare. He was extremely cautious. After a dozen doppelgangers finished laying down the formation seal, they would immediately abandon it and flee. Moreover, their range was not limited to Champion Commandery. Chapter 23:13. In doing so, Chu Yang was naturally in great danger. To the great emperors, the entire central province was under their surveillance. However, because of the Destiny Twins and the Divine Cauldron, he was invisible even to the great emperors, unable to be detected. This was his trump card. In addition, a single formation could accomplish many of his goals. Thus, he didn't make many movements, making it even harder to detect. In general, Chu Yang was like a criminal. He was evading capture, one man against an entire country. However, this criminal had astonishing methods. Moreover, apart from the King of Chaos, there weren't many people who truly wanted to capture Chu Yang. Moreover, Shan Sanxing was very supportive, so Chu Yang was able to completely accomplish his goals. This commander is an outstanding figure of the ages, unprecedented and unsurpassed. I am as lonely as the snow, but in order to make the people of Central Province not feel inferior, I retracted my brilliance and became an honest person. I did things according to the rules, did my part, and was kind and kind. Why should I be humiliated like this? At this point, Chu Yang's voice was filled with indignation. King of Chaos, who doesn't know how to speak? Who doesn't know how to read? Who doesn't know how to count? The King of Chaos is a noble of the imperial court, yet you humiliate this commander like this. Apart from losing your status, you can also see how immoral you are. His words were clear and logical, but only he could fart without the slightest scruple. If it were anyone else, so what if they humiliated you? They could just slap you to death. After that, Chu Yang finally threw out a bomb. Seeing the King of Chaos, you know that the King of Chaos in Central Province is only SOSO. Thus, this commander wants to go crazy. I will formally inform all of you that this commander is mocking all of you in Central Province. His voice was filled with contempt. You people in Central Province, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you are all trash. None of you know how to speak. None of you know how to read. None of you know how to count. It was so provocative that even Shen Songxing wanted to turn traitor and drag him out. However, how could it be in time? Chu Yang had already prepared everything. His dozen or so clones all fled without a trace. As for the array seal left behind by Chu Yang, it was too late to destroy it. What he left behind was simple. Lantern Dam Bridge, the Peach Blossom River Embankment, Feng Rong Hai Yin Xiao. With the absolute certainty of the Willow Pond, he immediately came up with many answers, throwing out everything he knew, so that there would be even fewer answers in Central State. However, in the end, he discovered that this actually didn't have much of an effect. It was just his lack of knowledge that caused mischief. It could be said that this actually produced the opposite effect. Many of the answers instead gave Central Continent's people great hints. As for the part about being illiterate, he deliberately ignored it on the grounds that he didn't want to bully the idiots in Zhongzhou. He then came up with a new arithmetic problem, saying that if no one in Zhongzhou could solve such a simple arithmetic problem, then there really wouldn't be anyone in Zhongzhou who could count. The question went like this. Today, there's an object whose number is unknown. 2 out of 3 is left. 3 out of 5 is left. 2 out of 7 is left. How much is the object? The meaning of this question was, a number is divided by 3 into 2, divided by 5 into 3, divided by 7 into 2. Find this number. This was a question about natural numbers. It was related to the residue theorem. There were countless answers. Even if Chu Yang did the math himself, his brain was big, so he felt that there weren't many people in Central State who could solve it. After he threw down this bomb, there was no more sound, but the sky above Zhuangyuan County was completely boiling. Lantern Dam Bridge. This second line and the first line have the same concept. When the fog rises, the lantern is extinguished. 2, 4, 5 flat and narrow opposites. The dam is opposite the pond. The order of the 5 elements is the same. This is the perfect second line. Chapter 23:14. It's a pity that the order of the 5 elements doesn't match. The first line is fire, metal, water, earth, wood. The second line is wood, fire, metal, water, earth. The answer given by Chu Yang caused the voices in the void to discuss animatedly. They continued to discuss with each other, and at the same time, they were also very angry. The willows in the pond are sealed by smoke. The maples are heavy and the seas are heavy. When the moon is heavy, the yearning fills my heart. Not only did this kid give so many second lines, he even turned one of them into a poem. If we don't match it, I'm afraid we'll be completely looked down upon by him. That kid is really a bastard. The second lines were all given by him. How can we match them? That's not a good excuse. If that kid comes up with more second lines, we'll be even worse off. Brother, please be careful with your words. That's right, we need to be careful. That kid is very cunning. If we fall into his trap, the consequences will be unimaginable. The person who spoke out in anger immediately broke out in cold sweat. He couldn't help but glance at the King of Chaos. He didn't want to end up like the King of Chaos and become a laughingstock for the rest of his life. Today, there's an object whose number is unknown. 2 out of 3, 3 out of 5, 2 out of 7, 7 out of 7. How many is it? Hiss. Some people were paying attention to the willows in the pond, while others were paying attention to the math problem. Those who were paying attention to the math problem, after they carefully thought about it, they couldn't help but gasp. They had no clue at all. They felt like they couldn't solve this problem. No one could match the couplet. No one could solve the math problem. Immediately, some people cried out in sorrow. Could it be that the middle continent is filled with heroes and countless heaven's prides, but no one is capable? After being humiliated like this, they can't fight back. They can't read big words. I'm afraid that kid will be taken down as well. He's just a kid. Can he suppress the middle continent by himself? I don't believe it. This caused an even bigger uproar. Those voices that came out began to call their friends to solve the problem together. However, the result was very miserable. The couplet was still okay. They could still come up with a relatively bad answer. However, no one could solve the math problem. They were still confused and didn't know how to solve it. The people who appeared later were also completely shocked, causing the sky above Zhuangyuan County to become completely silent. It was because everyone sensed that the situation was far from reassuring. It was just a trifling brat, yet he really had a chance of suppressing Central Continent by himself. Shen Songxing, if it weren't for you, how could this have happened? All of a sudden, the king of chaos and disorder attacked Shen Songxing, pushing all the blame onto Shen Songxing. This was extremely cowardly, because this was tantamount to admitting that Chu Yang was amazing. King of pacification, stop your bullshit. In the void, Shen Songxing's furious voice sounded. Although I stopped you from destroying the formation seal and didn't let you catch that brat, can you hide forever? That bastard found a place to provoke the central state, and he was even more prepared. I could be considered to have done a meritorious service. Otherwise, the problem he set would be even more difficult. Not only was Shen Songxing shameless, he even looked down on his own family. Also, little king of chaos, if you hadn't humiliated that bastard and made him flustered and exasperated, would such a bullshit thing have happened? You were the real sinner of Middle Continent. Between Shen Songxing and the king of chaos and disorder, of course, Shen Songxing was right. The king of chaos and disorder had shot himself in the foot. He was confused again. After that, Shen Songxing cried like a ghost and howled like a wolf, begging Chu Yang to pardon him. Chu Yang actually responded. Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the pardon order. Chapter 23:15. What had happened in the Zhuangyuan County, especially Chu Yang's mockery of the Central Prefecture, ridiculing that no one in the Central Prefecture could speak the human language, could read big words, and could count, struck everyone in the Central Prefecture like a thunderbolt, causing the entire Central Prefecture to be filled with righteous indignation. Chu Yang's name was known to all. In the streets and alleys, one could hear people talking about Chu Yang and the cause of this matter. The king of chaos was the fuse of this entire matter. It was because of him that such a thing happened. Naturally, he couldn't escape. Chu Yang's accusation that he was incompetent and immoral was generally accepted by people. He also became a complete joke. The three words king of chaos and chaos, even without anyone pushing them, became a curse word. What's more, there were people pushing in the dark. The three words king of chaos and chaos were equivalent to swearing. After such a result was confirmed, the king of chaos and chaos was so angry that he vomited blood. He went crazy, wanting to kill Chu Yang. Alas, he couldn't divine Chu Yang's whereabouts. Those who tried to divine his location even suffered a great backlash. Some people even died on the spot. Chu Yang, this dog dares to bully our central plains. East Plains, no, it's just the eastern wilderness, that barbarian land. It's worse than a dry well. What's so great about this dog fart from such a place? How dare he do this? This is unforgivable. Don't shout so loudly and don't curse. Otherwise, the consequences will be even worse. If that Chu Yang gets angry and takes a step further, not to mention face, he won't even have his underwear left. Different people had different opinions. Some were directly convinced, so they supported Chu Yang's ambition and destroyed their own people's prestige. This would inevitably lead to conflict. What did you say? You were bullied by a wild dog, and you actually let that wild dog do whatever he wants. What's the point of wasting words with these spineless people? We definitely can't be that cowardly. Cowardly? When someone attacked, there was naturally a counterattack. You guys are very good, aren't you? That Willow Lock Pond, you guys can match it. Also, don't forget that not only did he come up with many second verses, he even combined the first and second verses to form a poem. It's fine if you can't get it right. You guys can solve that math problem. Why don't you guys solve the problem? It was not that they did not want to do it, but that they did not have the ability to do it. That wild dog called Chu Yang was extremely crafty. The phrase, pond locked by willows, and the arithmetic problem could be said to be well known by almost everyone, especially the phrase, pond locked by willows. It was just 5 words, so it was easy for people to remember. With the passage of time, no one was able to come up with an answer. It seemed that the vertical pole was gradually suppressing the central province, which made the scholars of the central province very anxious. If the time dragged on for too long, even if the answer could be obtained at that time, what use would it be? It was already close to impossible to change the facts, to prove themselves, and to make a powerful counterattack. For some people, this was not only a great pressure, but also a matter of honor and disgrace. For example, those who adored Shang Wanlan but looked down on Chu Yang. Chu Yang's provocation, to them, was a public provocation. The wild dog's humiliation of the king of chaos was secondary. More importantly, the wild dog had announced to the people of the central province that he was here, mocking the central province, provoking the entire central province. This was the best way to inform them. It could be said to be very powerful. The invisible message was, Central Province playthings. What are you showing off for? Chu Yang indeed meant this. Otherwise, there was no need for him to provoke the entire Central Province and make them his enemy. Of course, he did not care. He came to conquer. Chapter 23:16. Jin Capital, Kong Residence. There were no sparrows in front of the gate. Kong Residence was surrounded by servants and guards, preventing any noise from approaching. It was quiet outside Kong Residence, but it was even quieter inside Kong Residence. The servants and maids walked carefully, not making a single sound. Although they were careful, they were not afraid at all. They were all doing it willingly. No one ordered them to do it, and no one reminded them. When they knew that Kong Jingshi's courtyard was lit for 3 days and 3 nights, they did it on their own accord. From the outside of the Kong residence to the courtyard where Kong Jingshi was, the silence gradually increased. The deeper one went, the quieter it became. The entire Kong residence seemed to be a soundless world that had completely separated itself from the secular world. There were not many situations like this in Kong residence. The first time was when Kong Jingshi was 3 years old, when his martial spirit was about to awaken. This was the second time. This time, Kong Jingshi seemed to be facing an extremely important juncture. Success or failure was very, very important. He would rather die than lose. There was only one word that caused all of this: Chu Yang. Shang Wanlan's fiancé had mocked the central prefecture. Kong Jingshi was facing the challenge from afar. The first confrontation between the two would show who was more noble and who was more qualified to marry a beauty like Shang Wanlan. Therefore, this was naturally a very important matter. Kong Jingshi couldn't afford to lose at the very beginning. After all, he couldn't allow Chu Yang to give him a ruthless display of strength. However, 3 days had passed, and Kong Jingshi still did not make any sound. He seemed to be powerless. Was it really that difficult to lock the pond with willows? Could it be that the arithmetic question was also that difficult? The servants and maids of the Kong residence did not have much understanding of these two problems. However, to be able to stump their young master for 3 days and 3 nights without a solution, they could conclude that it was difficult. It was not just difficult, but extremely difficult. They had never seen anything that could stump Kong Jingshi. In their understanding, Kong Jingshi was omnipotent and unparalleled. After so many years, their view had been proven to be correct. However, this fixed view was about to be destroyed because of the arrival of a person. Chu Yang. This guy called Chu Yang must be extremely amazing. Otherwise, how could he stump young lord? Many people in the Kong residence already had such a thought in their hearts. As for how Kong Jingshi was doing in the courtyard, no one knew exactly how he was doing. Similarly, in Jindu, Qin Manor, the Kong residence had Kong Jingshi, while the Qin residence had Qingua. They were two of the most dazzling stars in the Jin capital. The Qin Manor was still the same as before. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages in front of the entrance. There was an endless stream of visitors, and it was very lively. Things were as usual in the residence. Everyone did whatever they needed to do, and they spoke whenever they needed to. There was no need for any restrictions, which was a stark contrast to the Kong residence. However, Everyone in the Qin residence knew that the Qin residence and the Kong residence had one thing in common. Their young master was thinking about the same two questions as Kong Jingshi. And just like Kong Jingshi, he couldn't come up with a solution even after 3 days and 3 nights. The Kong residence and the Qin residence had always been competing in the dark. Kong Jingshi and Qinghua had also been competing for supremacy. Therefore, both sides knew each other very well. What shocked the two the most was that the peerless prodigy in their hearts was stumped at the same time. In the Jin capital, other than Kong Jingshi and Qinghua, there were many others who were in the same situation. For example, this prince and many other prodigies in the capital were all doing the same thing. Grand Capital, Duke Jiu's residence. Fragrant tea, guqin, books, paintings, embroidery, the fragrance of flowers. Chapter 23:17. Willow Pond Lock. The woman fell into a trance. Waha! Chu Hang is really worthy of his reputation. He's getting more and more shameless. Finally, he can catch up with this divine bird. The rampant laughter, coupled with the fact that it was a bird, the answer seemed to be on the verge of being revealed. That's right, this was a parrot that was called Little Mean. Only its laughter was so unique and so rampant. Ordinary birds couldn't learn it. The fairy-like woman was naturally Shangwan Lan. She had heard about what happened to Chu Yang in Champion County, but only after 3 days did she get the video of what happened at that time. She begged her grandfather to get it, and her grandfather definitely did not want her to see Chu Yang's smug and rampant expression in the video. Little Mean's laughter woke Shangwan Lan up, and then she could not help but smile. Immediately, the parrot was fascinated and lost its mind for a short time. It had been by Shangwan Lan's side for a long time, but it had never seen Shangwan Lan smile like that. Most of the time, it saw Shangwan Lan's quiet and gentle appearance. She was like a fairy flower quietly blooming. There is absolutely no need for anyone to admire her, and no one would be lucky enough to admire her. The reason why Shangwan Lan smiled was that she thought of her grandfather's exasperated appearance. This bastard, this old man had thought of a second verse, but he did it in advance. Extremely despicable. Shangwan Lan did not know whether this was the truth or not. What she knew was that her grandfather had lost miserably this time. He had almost pulled off his beard, and her father would rather be hung up and beaten than laugh crazily. As for her uncle Shangwan Xiao, he had almost gone crazy these days. He could not think of a second verse, nor could he solve that arithmetic problem. My elder brother Goat is really amazing. She could not help but smile even more brilliantly. The trace of longing in her heart was slowly pulled out and became infinitely bigger. Immediately, she found that she missed Chu Yang's smirking appearance. Wah! This divine bird is the one who is the most romantic bird of all ages. Chu Hang is at most a century-old romantic character. He is definitely inferior to this divine bird. Little Guai was at the side. It was already used to parrots, so it ignored them. It just looked at Chu Yang in the video and squawked nonstop. Chu Hang's life is too wonderful, and this divine bird's life is too boring. If this goes on, this divine bird will die of boredom before I die of inferiority. When the parrot saw that Shangwan Lan, Xiao Guai, Shangwan Mei, and the red bird were all focused on the video, it rolled its eyes and quietly left the group. His wings were crossed like a person with his hands behind his back. He walked casually, slowly and leisurely, walking further and further away. Shangwan Lan hadn't realized it yet. She couldn't help but laugh sinisterly in her heart. Wah! Freedom, fun, arrogance, and dominance. My little cuties, this divine bird is coming. Flutter. Its movements suddenly became swift. With a flap of its wings, it immediately turned into a colorful light and shot out, as fast as a colorful lightning bolt. Clang! Ah! The parrot was about to fly out of Shangwan Lan's courtyard when it immediately hit an invisible barrier. It was like a person hitting a tempered glass. With a scream, it slid down the barrier. Idiot! The red bird looked at the parrot with disdain and lost interest. Obviously, the parrot had done this before. Xiao Guai also sighed. Its shoulders slumped, and it spread out its little paws as if it was also very helpless. Ow! The parrot cried like a ghost and howled like a wolf. Chu Hang, you inhumane bastard. Give me back my wonderful bird life. At this time, Chu Yang had already arrived at the Holy King College as Song Tangming. He had a rough understanding of the situation there. The annual enrollment of the Holy King College had not started yet. There was only one way to enter the Holy King College, the path of geniuses. Chapter 23:18. It was surrounded by water on 3 sides and a mountain. Overlooking the entire Sage King College from afar, it was grand and vast, isolated from the noise of the secular world. It was very peaceful. The buildings in the college were arranged in picturesque disorder and were full of beauty. No one would notice the slightest bit of disorder. Chu Yang had carefully observed the layout of the entire Sage King College. It was in the form of a courtyard that was symmetrical on the central axis. The main buildings, such as the main gate, the second gate, the lecture hall, and the library were concentrated on the central axis. The lecture hall was arranged in the center of the central axis. Fasting rooms and sacrificial temples were arranged on both sides. The college was symmetrical on the central axis. The layers of courtyards were solemn, mysterious, and distant. It had a great sense of depth and was extremely shocking. One couldn't help but be amazed. At the same time, the layout of the college showed the hierarchy of the Confucian school. There are differences in levels, so the primary and secondary were very clear. In front of the Sage King College's main gate, Chu Yang also noticed that there were 2 stone tablets. These 2 stone tablets were left behind by the founder of the Sage King College. On the first stone tablet, it read, "Scholars learn from saints and learn how to be human. Although people are modest, there is no such thing as not being human. Diligently and diligently, we speak and move in order to avoid being bullied. In the future, we can be human, virtuous, and saint." On the other stone tablet, there was the word heavy and a description, "People need to be heavy. Heavy is dignified, and knowledge is solid." As the saying goes, a gentleman is not dignified if he is not heavy, and learning is not solid. Therefore, the words heavy are inscribed in the hall. The books were all the educational ideas of the founder of the Sage King College. The erection of these 2 stone tablets was also an affirmation and commendation of his contributions. After Chu Yang arrived at the Sage King College, he immediately looked around the entire place. He found that this was indeed an excellent place. There were many followers and people competing to learn. The learning atmosphere here was strong, and the culture was deep. Staying here for a period of time would definitely not be bad. Unfortunately, when Chu Yang arrived, the spring enrollment of the Sage King College had already ended. The next enrollment would have to wait until autumn. It was only the end of spring now. It would take too long to wait until autumn. This was not something he could bear. Fortunately, there was no other way, the path of geniuses. Just like the One Palace Hall, the Sage King College also had a special test. As long as one passed the special test, they could become a student of the Sage King College at any time. Both the School of Literature and the Holy King College were exceptions, which meant that such exceptions were quite common in the Central State. The Sage King College was surrounded by water on 3 sides and a mountain on 1 side. Students could enter the Sage King College from all 3 sides by stepping on the water. The only thing they couldn't do was to cross the mountain and enter the college. It was said that there was a special terrain that even saints and earthly emperors couldn't cross. There were also some who said that at the very bottom of the mountain was the remains of the Wen Dao, thus forming a strange force field. Martial cultivation was useless inside, and only the Wen Dao could pass through. Thus, this place became a special testing ground. Only geniuses would be able to pass such an examination. Thus, the path up the mountain was also known as the Path of Geniuses. This mountain was located behind the Sage Monarch College, so it was also called the Sage Monarch Mountain. It was rumored that those who passed the path of geniuses and reached the peak of the Sage Monarch Mountain had the potential to become a Sage Monarch. The Saint King had nothing to do with the martial Tao, but it was related to the literary Tao, inner saint, outer king. Saint King was actually just an abbreviation for inner saint and outer king. Chapter 23:19. Genius Gate, Path of Genius. There were no signs of human habitation. There were no birds or beasts around. There were only ancient trees and rocks. It was cold and desolate. Genius. How many geniuses could there be in the world? Therefore, although this path existed, not many people would attempt it. This was because it had been proven that it was extremely difficult to pass the path of genius. To be exact, since the establishment of Sage King College, only 3 people had succeeded. In front of the Genius Gate, there were 3 stone tablets with the names of these 3 people carved on them. Wei Chongling, Guo Xiling, He Yuan. On the 3 stone tablets, there were only the names of the 3 people and the time they had passed the path of genius. There was nothing else. Therefore, Chu Yang could not determine how good their literary skills were. The 3 of them did not belong to the same era. According to the time they had passed the path of genius, there was a gap of at least 100 years between them. This meant that there was only one person in 100 years. In fact, it was even more exaggerated. Sage King College was very old and had been established for more than 300 years. However, in such a long period of time, there were only 3 people who had passed it. I'll know if I give it a try. Chu Yang didn't think too much about it and directly stepped inside. Immediately, he felt that his martial arts level was dropping rapidly. Nirvana realm, transcendence realm, soul amalgamation realm. In the blink of an eye, all of his martial arts cultivation dropped to the ground, leaving not a single drop behind. At the same time, his 2-dimensional grotto heaven coordinates disappeared quickly. It hid in the deepest part of his body and disappeared completely. Martial arts cultivation level is indeed useless. Chu Yang was shocked. What shocked him the most was that he could not sense what kind of power was suppressing his martial arts cultivation level. Sage King College. It seems that it is not simple. While he was amazed, he suddenly felt a strange qi in his body. It was gushing out from his energy center and spreading throughout his body. What is this? Chu Yang was really surprised by the sudden change. He immediately sensed the strange energy that was gushing out. Soon he saw poems, paintings, essays, classics, as well as historians, farmers, doctors, craftsmen, and so on. Writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone appeared. There was even a strong smell of ink that spread out in his perception. Wen Qi. These 2 words popped up in his mind. In the martial Tao, at the very beginning of a martial artist's cultivation, what they cultivated was true energy. According to the inference that the literary path and the martial path were the same, the literary path also had the ability to turn the world upside down. Then, when scholars studied, this should also produce something similar to true qi. Chu Yang did not have a deep understanding of this kind of qi and could not completely define it. However, it was related to the one Tao, so it was not an exaggeration to say that it was Wen Qi. Wei Chongling, Guo Xiling, and that He Yuan. Could it be that they have also grasped the literary qi, and that's why they were able to pass the path of geniuses? But if that's the case, doesn't it mean that the 3 of them have long realized that when Tao can possess the same strength as martial Tao? But if that's the case, the literary system of the central state should have been fully developed, but why isn't it? Could it be that the 3 of them treasured it? The possibility of treasuring it was not high. Nothing could be hidden forever. One day it would be exposed. Moreover, this was a great achievement. Once the first one mentioned it, his name would definitely be passed down through the ages and go down in history forever. The best thing about scholars was fame. Could it be that none of the 3 of them were tempted by such a great achievement? This should be impossible. It seems that I am indeed a legendary figure. Chapter 23:20. After pondering for a while, I should be able to find the answer. The literary aura surged even more violently and filled Chu Yang's entire body. His skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and organs were almost instantly saturated. The literary aura entered his bone marrow and gathered in his spiritual world, nourishing his spirit. There was a warm current flowing in his body, and his spiritual world was ice cold. With the influx of literary aura, there seemed to be a small stream flowing in his spiritual world, constantly cleansing his spiritual power. He felt refreshed, and his mind was very active. He felt as if his wisdom had increased. All his doubts seemed to have been solved, and the path ahead seemed to be illuminated by the light of wisdom. One would no longer be trapped and restrained by emotions such as frustration and anger. With wisdom, there would be no wrong path in the world, and there would be no more difficulties. Literary aura could open up wisdom. Chu Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "It's really magical." This literary aura is more spiritual than true qi. This means that the Sage Monarch Academy has the secret of the spiritual power of all living beings. It must be true. If I can obtain such a secret, it should be possible for me to become a sage. To Chu Yang, the advancement of the realm was like a natural chasm. Every breakthrough was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. According to his normal cultivation, if he didn't use other means, such as not using the sage's source as a power source, it would take him at least 3 to 5 years to advance from the 6th level of the Nirvana realm to the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. He had no confidence in reaching the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. Not to mention 3 to 5 years, he might not even be able to do it in 7 to 8 years. The life and death realm, and even the sage realm were even more unreachable. To be precise, it was simply wishful thinking. A man whose heart is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Everything was his own fault. He had been too greedy. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, time, and space. He had grasped all of them tightly in his hands, unwilling to let go. How much effort and time would it take to comprehend so many things to break through? I now have Qianzi's earthly emperor's source, the divine arrow marquis, Li Huchuan, and Shao Qingshang sage's source. Breaking through to the 8th level of the Nirvana realm shouldn't be a problem. I might have a chance at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, but it's impossible to break through to the life and death realm. Chu Yang's head hurt a little. I wonder if Wen Qi can give me some inspiration or find a path for me to follow. With such anticipation, he began to carefully comprehend the Wen Qi. Gradually, he realized that the quality of the literary qi was constantly improving. Just like true qi, it transformed into true essence, and then spiritual qi. Under the continuous refinement, the literary qi was constantly improving. In the end, just as Chu Yang had guessed, the literary qi transformed into Dharma power. The reason why his cultivation base had improved so quickly was because Chu Yang had killed the 20 saints of the Qianzi. He had used their saint essences as the driving force, which was why his cultivation base had improved so quickly. It was now on par with his cultivation base. Therefore, he immediately understood something. Whether it was literary qi or genuine qi, they were both a type of energy. It was just that the way they presented themselves was different. In the strange gate path, under the situation where one's martial cultivation was completely suppressed, when Dao's cultivation was extremely active, his realm shot up with a whoosh, reaching a cultivation that was comparable to a 9th level Nirvana stage martial artist. At the same time, his spiritual qi was also improving. When his spiritual qi flickered and jumped out of his spiritual world, appearing between heaven and earth and transforming into formation seals one after another, he suddenly seemed to have jumped into a strange realm. He saw the sky, the earth, and all living beings, as well as the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of living beings, the rise and fall of dynasties. Chu Yang had long been able to see the sky, the earth, and all living beings, but that was in the eastern wilderness in the east continent. However, at this moment, in the Middle Continent, under the situation where his cultivation base was suppressed and he didn't use the Destiny Twins martial soul or the Divine Cauldron, he actually did it again. Could it be that I can become a complete saint-level array master through Endow? Chapter 23-21. Chu Yang's thoughts flickered unceasingly. His thoughts also became more active. He was completely immersed in the state of enlightenment. His mental power spread out and appeared in the world. Not only did it change into formation seals, it also changed into words, poems, zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, etc. However, the formation seals were the most dazzling. It was so dazzling that the day seemed to have turned into the night sky, and the formation seals were the stars in the night sky. After that, the mental power that spread out began to arrange the formation, forming all kinds of scenes. Heaven and earth formed. Common people appeared, ambitious and ruthless heroes appeared. The world was in flames of war. In troubled times, heroes contended for hegemony and divided the world. The mountains and rivers were like a painting. The world changed, as if the abyss was overturned. Chu Yang's mind was completely drawn into it. As a member of the world contending for supremacy, he had experienced many hardships and tribulations. When he was about to conquer the world, all the scenes suddenly became blurry and then completely disappeared. His mind also withdrew from that strange state. However, during the world contending for hegemony, the feeling of narrowly escaping death in the flames of war was still very clear. Did I fail? Or should I say that I didn't break through to become a saint-level array master at all? It's only because I have saint-level mental power and am infinitely close to becoming a saint-level array master that I can use the formation. Show all these? Ascending to the throne as an emperor seemed to have surpassed the limits of a scholar. Scholars mostly had to assist the emperor. This was also the reason why he had such thoughts. He could be considered to have thoroughly tasted the taste of suffering. When he ignited the divine fire, he threw everything to the Destiny Twins martial spirits. Although he possessed the ability to set up a sacred-level array, he lacked the comprehension of sacred-level array. Therefore, he was unable to set it up. Until now, he still hadn't been able to make up for this lack. I never thought that there would be a time when an outstanding person like me would run out of tricks. Chu Yang felt that he had taken things for granted. However, he didn't care too much about it. It was already very good to have such a great harvest. Therefore, he was in a very good mood. Rumble. He finally used the Destiny Twins martial spirits. The invisible power that suppressed his martial cultivation in the Strange Gate Road was offset by a strange power. His martial power surged out violently. Soon after, a loud sound was transmitted from his body. It was like a giant beast breaking out of a cage, like a dam discharging water, like a volcano erupting. It was extremely violent. In the blink of an eye, his martial arts cultivation was completely restored. Standing up, Chu Yang was about to challenge the path of Strange Gates. Strange Gate Path. Strange Gate Path. Naturally, there were gates. Each gate was an obstacle. There were 18 gates and 18 obstacles. At this moment, in front of Chu Yang, there was a closed door in the middle of a white fog. A line of words appeared on the door. Autumn as the theme. A third-grade poem. Third-grade poem? Isn't this request too outrageous? He was startled. He already knew that there were 9 grades in Central State poetry. Therefore, the requirement for a third-grade poem was too high. For the first stage of the path of Chimin to require one to compose a Tier 3 poem, it could be said that it was deliberately making things difficult for him. If the first stage was like this, then what about the later stages? Wouldn't a first-grade poem be insufficient? This wasn't what he was most worried about. Right now, his identity as Song Tangming was the identity of East State. If he were to challenge the path of Strange Gates with his shocking literary skills, it would definitely be a big matter. It would definitely spread like wildfire. Primordial Chaos Death had been pissed off by him a few days ago. If he knew there was another person in the Dongzhou continent who was so good at literary arts, he would think of Yi Fuqian immediately. Even if he was just suspicious, he would come here and kill Yi Fuqian first. At this time, I definitely can't show my face and attract attention. Chapter 23-22. Xu Yang couldn't help but frown. When he thought of a solution, he couldn't help but laugh evilly. Who said that you must have a key to open the door? Without a key, you can't open the door and enter the door. You can also destroy it, and it's not mine. However, if you pass the test with such violence, it will be shocking. Let's not talk about this for now. Dong! Xu Yang took a step forward. When his foot landed heavily on the ground, he took advantage of the momentum to throw a punch. His fist became crystal clear, shining with colorful neon lights. Immediately, a colorful light burst out from the back mountain of the Sage Monarch College and shone into the sky. It was very beautiful and strange. It immediately attracted the attention of many people in the Sage Monarch College. What's that? Is that an auspicious sign? Is there an auspicious thing on the Sage Monarch Mountain? Colorful light. Could it be that something big has happened on the Sage Monarch Mountain? In the Sage Monarch College, many students and lecturers couldn't help but look at the back mountain of the Sage Monarch College. Do you think that someone is trying to pass the Strange Gate Road, hoping to enter the Sage Monarch College? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It was an extremely firm denial. Moreover, it was definitely not just one person. Even the person who said that it was possible felt that he was stupid. He secretly blamed himself for making such a stupid guess. How many Wei Chongling, Guo Shiling, and He Yuan do you think there are in this world when you challenge the path of strange gates? Since He Yuan, no one in the Sage Monarch College has been able to pass the Strange Gate Road for 500 years. Those who thought they were great, which one of them didn't return in a sorry state in the end? The test of the Strange Gate Road is too abnormal. The first test requires a third-rank poem. As soon as this complaint was made, more people expressed their dissatisfaction with the test of the Strange Gate Road. They vented their dissatisfaction immediately. I don't know what the college is thinking. The test is so ridiculous. The first test is so difficult. The later tests are unimaginable. Who knows what the second test is? It would be better if they didn't say it. Now that they mention it, it's even more shocking. For more than 500 years, not only has no one been able to pass the Mystic Gate path, no one has even been able to pass the first stage. It's not that no one can pass the first stage. It's just that those who can pass the first stage don't need to go to the path of strange gates. Why would they need to come to our Sage Monarch College? After all, most of those people are not young anymore. Rumble. As the students of the Sage Monarch College were discussing, the ground shook violently. From the direction of the Sage Monarch Mountain, a dazzling light burst forth. It was as if a sun had risen. The dazzling light flooded the entire Sage Monarch College, temporarily blinding everyone. Rumble. A huge sound reverberated in the heavens and the earth. It was like the sound of thunder, and it quickly weakened. That dazzling light also quickly dimmed. What happened? At this moment, the gazes of all the students of the Sage King College fell on the Sage King Mountain. Unlike the students, the lecturers of the academy and those with higher cultivation immediately noticed what Xu Yang was doing. Here comes a weirdo. He actually wants to break through the Strange Gate and pass the Strange Gate path? He's extremely naive and stupid. He won't turn back until he hits the wall. He'll know how ridiculous he is later. Many of them didn't realize that their martial cultivation was completely suppressed in the Strange Gate Road. Therefore, to be able to burst forth with such a huge commotion was definitely extraordinary. However, some of them realized it and were shocked. This brat is actually able to maintain such a shocking level of cultivation in the Strange Gate Road. How'd he do it? Chapter 23-23. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many figures avoided the Sage King Mountain and took a detour to the Strange Gate Road. When the students of the Sage King College saw this, they finally exploded. Oh my God, someone is really challenging the Strange Gate Road. That's impossible. How could someone make such a big commotion while challenging the Strange Gate Road? Then why are the lecturers going there? Are they stopping someone from destroying the Strange Gate Road? Who has the guts to be so presumptuous in our Sage King College? Won't we know if we go and take a look? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The Sage King College was completely shaken. In the midst of the commotion, many figures shot out like lightning and took a detour to the back of the Sage King Mountain. The sky was densely packed with figures flying at high speed, forming a huge river that flowed around the Sage King Mountain. Who is it? Who is being presumptuous? Making such a ruckus in the Sage King College should be killed. In the midst of the commotion in the Sage King College, angry roars could be heard all of a sudden, catching everyone off guard. Rumble. At this time, there was a sudden earthquake in the Sage King College. The buildings where the special students of the Sage King College were located collapsed, and smoke and dust soared into the sky. A wave of anger swept out, so much so that everyone could feel it. Many students who were flying quickly to the Sage King Mountain couldn't help but stop in midair at this time. With reverence, they looked at the collapsed Sage King College. Their gazes seemed to be frozen. At this moment, the world was suddenly silent. No one dared to make a sound. The son of the rebel-suppressing general, Yang Lini. Everyone in the Sage King College knew what Yang Lini was doing these days. He must have been solving the second half of the pond locked by Willow's and Willow's couplet and the arithmetic problem. The pond locked by Willow's and Willow's couplet had naturally caused a great commotion in the Sage King College. They knew very well about Chu Yang. In the college, many people were very dissatisfied with Chu Yang's arrogance. When they heard about the pond locked by Willow's and Willow's couplet and the arithmetic problem, they were all full of energy and wanted to slap Chu Yang in the face. Some of them even thought that this was a chance to stand out. Once they could solve the arithmetic problem, they would definitely be famous in the world. Therefore, they went all out almost like crazy. However, the result was very cruel. In the Sage Monarch Academy, which was well known in the Central State, no one could come up with a decent second verse. Furthermore, no one could solve that arithmetic problem. Many of the clamoring voices quickly disappeared. In just 2 or 3 days, all of these voices had disappeared. Locking the pond with Willows is difficult. That arithmetic question was even more difficult. Although the students of the Sage Monarch Academy were extremely unwilling to accept this, there was nothing they could do. Therefore, every one of them remembered this name, Chu Yang. Chu Yang from the Eastern Wilderness. He was from the Eastern Wilderness. Yang Lini was also one of the many students. Everyone knew that Chu Yang was the fiancé of the Divine Fragrance Talented Lady, and Yang Lini admired the Divine Fragrance Talented Lady. Therefore, the people of the Sage Monarch Academy could roughly guess how Yang Lini felt when facing all this. With Chu Yang suppressing Central State, they felt uncomfortable, but Yang Lini felt even more uncomfortable. They couldn't accept it, and neither could Yang Lini. They couldn't afford to lose, and Yang Lini couldn't afford to lose either. Yang Lini definitely didn't want to lose to Chu Yang, to a dog from the Eastern Wilderness. At that moment, while Yang Lini was racking his brains and try his best to come up with the second verse of the pond locked by Willows and Willow's couplet to solve that arithmetic problem, someone actually caused such a big commotion and affected him. The consequences were obvious. The person who caused such a big commotion was dead meat. Everyone was curious. Who was so bold to do such a thing? Didn't he know that Yang Lini was like a madman and was racing against time? Then, everyone thought that this person was an outsider who came to challenge the Strange Gate path. How could he know? Chapter 23-24. St. King Mountain, Strange Gate Road. First stage. What exactly is this gate made of? A legendary figure of the ages, punched it, and it actually resisted. Sesame doesn't open. This is absolutely unforgivable. Chu Yang's fist was numb from the impact. His punch collided with the strange gate, as if he had collided with a star. The strange gate was almost unshakable, and the rebounding force was also very strong. He was directly sent flying more than 3,000 feet and made a hole in the mountainside. When he flew back, the sound of a donkey's cry was heard. Immediately, a short old man riding a small donkey landed in front of him like a gust of wind. The donkey and the old man's 4 eyes moved up and down, and they sized up Chu Yang, this weirdo, with strange gazes. Whoosh whoosh. Accompanied by 2 sounds of breaking through the air, 2 more people arrived. One of them was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in white scholarly robes and had a feather fan. He was very elegant, and immediately made Chu Yang think of Zhuge Liang. There was nothing to say about this middle-aged man's temperament, but he did not remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. When he saw Chu Yang, his gaze was also very strange. The other person was about the same age as Chu Yang, and his expression was also very sloppy. However, this person was much more fragrant than Chu Yang. As soon as he appeared, waves of fragrance swept out and poured into the noses of the surrounding void. His small white face was also much more delicate and beautiful than Chu Yang's. It was even enough to make women blush. Extremely beautiful. If it were not for his sloppy appearance, Chu Yang definitely would not have thought that he was a man, but a woman. The 3 of them arrived first, and many students of the St. King Academy arrived behind them. It seemed that Yang Lini's anger did not delay them much. They were densely packed and formed an arc surrounding Chu Yang. Their gazes were all very surprised, and they looked at Chu Yang as if they were looking at a monkey. This monkey seemed to have done something unbelievable. What are you looking at? Can't you see that he's so handsome? This marshal will let you know how ugly you are. Are you going to feel inferior and commit suicide? Chu Yang was not in a good mood. He rolled up his sleeves and scolded arrogantly. He was just short of beating everyone up by himself. Schwa. It was not known who was the one who started it, but almost everyone's gazes immediately turned to look at the guy who was more beautiful than a woman. Silence spoke louder than words. The pretty boy's pretty face was enough to completely crush Chu Yang. Moreover, that pretty boy had a fragrant body. Can that be called handsome? That's called beautiful. Do you understand? Chu Yang looked at the pretty boy and got angry. He immediately looked at him with disdain. It's so scary to be uncultured. You can't even tell the difference between pretty and handsome. You can still argue like this. Everyone immediately knew that Chu Yang was definitely a shameless guy. That woman, get out of my sight. Chu Yang pointed to the pretty boy and said, "How can a girl mingle with a group of men? What kind of scandal is this?" The pretty boy was originally very proud of his sloppy appearance, and he was extremely satisfied. But when he heard this, his eyes widened, and he could not help but point at himself with his white index finger. Are you stupid? Can't you tell whether you're a man or a woman? Sad, really sad. Bullshit, I'm a man. The pretty boy jumped up in excitement. His spittle flew everywhere, covering the void in front of him. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.